All right, I'm going to call this meeting of the City Property Committee to order at 6:03. Clerk, if you can call the roll.
My mind.
Mr. Koviak?
Here.
Council Russo?
Yeah.
Council Moreno?
Here.
3 in attendance.
Dante, is that person online? Oh, I can hear it over there again.
Waiting on public input online.
Okay. Okay, so no public input. First, I just want to apologize for my guests tonight. I have threatened them to be quiet or they won't get Monster Jam trucks. So, Councilor Rougeau, can you take number 2?
Madam Chair, may I take 2 and 3 together?
Oh, yep, sure.
Okay, great. So item number 2 is a communication from Yenny Rojas Osarios Realty LLC to Michelle R. Hardy, MMC Deputy Clerk. Easement request for 192 Columbus Ave. And number 3 is communication from Kyle Johnson, Director of Zoning and Code Enforcement, to Yenny Rojas Osarios Realty LLC. Easement request for 192 Columbus Ave. My motion is to take both of these communications up and file.
It's been moved by Councilor Rougeau, second by Councilor Moreno, that we take up number 2 and 3 together, a communication from Yenny Rojas Osarios Realty LLC to Michelle R. Hardy, MLC, Deputy City Clerk, an easement request for 192 Columbus Ave. And number 3, the communication for Carl Johnston, Director, Zoning and Code Enforcement, to Yenny Rojas Osarios Realty LLC for the easement request for 192 Columbus Ave. All in favor of taking up this communication, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Good evening, Carl.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good. So, basically, we do have the site plans and pictures available. I don't want to speak for, Director Crawley, but I did go out there. There's plenty of room, on that, where the, stairway is going on the sidewalk going forward. There's plenty of path right there. It's a very slight, easement request. And I would say, it's I'm very much in favor.
Yeah.
Yep.
No impediment on handicap accessibility, right? You got excess amount from what the easement is.
Correct.
Yeah, I see no issue with this.
What's this? What are they building? Like they're redoing that whole building.
Correct. So what they have going on there is, so they're moving their small cabinet making business from, Lincoln to, Pawtucket.
Okay.
And they're also keeping it as what it was a restaurant.
Yeah.
And then in the middle is going where this, doorway is going, is gonna be yet to be named. They're looking for a tenant to
Okay.
go in there. So don't know what exactly is going in there just yet, but, they're looking for something that's, compliant with the neighborhood.
Okay. Awesome.
Okay,
I'll take a motion.
I'll make a motion
Yeah.
to approve the easement as constructed, as shown on these diagrams.
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned by Councilor Rougeau, second by Councilor Moreno, that we send approval for this. Do we have to send it to council, Rick?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that we send a recommendation for approval to the full council for the easement request for 192 Columbus Ave. Clerk, if you can call the roll.
Mr. Koviak?
Yes.
Council Russo?
Yes.
Council Moreno?
Yes.
3-0.
All right, with that being said,
Motion to adjourn.
all right, it's been motioned by Councilor Rougeau that we adjourn this motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried.
Pending suits at
6:20.
6:20.
Okay, we have one person here from, that's the Melissa Miller.
I'm gonna ask
Okay.
you to skip this one,
Which one are you?
this
Jody.
one, and go last because I need to recuse myself for that. Okay, so this way I can recuse myself, leave, and then you guys can do what you gotta do.
Melissa Miller. Okay.
No.
Rick, will you call roll, please?
Chairman Rubio,
Here.
Council Ruzo.
Here.
Councilman Moreno. Here. 3 in attendance.
All right.
Take her up first.
Well, she's second.
Let's
You.
take Counselor Arujo. Could you please take up Melissa Miller?
So, okay, I would like to take up item number 2, vehicle claim. The first one we'll take up is Melissa Miller in the amount of $456.90 for a tire. Motion is to take up the claim.
Motion's been made by Counselor Arujo, second by Counselor Moreno, that we take up the claim for Melissa Miller for $456.90 for a tire. Melissa, how are you? All right. The board, does the council have any questions?
Yes, I see here that we think that the area was under construction through a contractor.
Yes, that's correct. So, the date of the incident was on April 20th. We went out on Tuesday, May 5th of 2026. We couldn't find any nails or anything there. But that site is under construction by Manafort Construction.
For the city.
They working for the city, yes, under the city contract.
What would they do?
They're doing sidewalks and, streetscaping.
Would you want me?
It's a construction site, so they. Maybe I don't know.
It does look like pretty robust screw that
Yeah.
would be a common one.
Counselor, is this construction company working for us or?
Correct.
Okay. Typically, what happens when what does the liability look like as far as?
Well, I mean, I've never seen anything like this where the damage was caused by, like, say, screw. I mean, we've had cases after ones of plow companies that are going into fences,
Mhm.
but in those instances, we're not the one that actually caused the damage. We have a contract with them, but it wasn't, let's say, a city employee. So in those instances, we look to the insurance, typically contractor. In this case, Chris is saying that it was clearly a construction zone, but they were working on. Yeah, I don't know if this came from that. Or if this was just a random screw in the street. I mean, I'm looking at a picture. I can't count how many times I've seen screws like that in my tires. Fortunately, it happens, but I think there has to be some correlation between city and screw. And if it did come from the contractor, then it's the contractor's responsibility.
Correct.
So that's typically legally how we do this.
Okay.
It has to be our act or omission that results in damage for us to be obligated to pay it. And at this point, from my perspective, I don't see that correlation.
Mrs. Miller, do you have anything you'd like to say or any? Okay, we're here to hear you.
That's why I'm. Okay, so first of all, I know exactly where it went into my tire. I heard it crunch. It was right. Okay, first of all, that street, have you ever driven down it? It's a mess. There are. In April, when this happened, there were big barrels on the side where the lawn that is building. Other side of the street is Manafort's construction site. People come barreling around the corner and fly down that street and they will not stop. And I had to pull over into a little kind of you know, sidewalk, maybe ditch area, and as soon as I pulled over, I heard the car. I agree, it could happen anywhere, but it didn't happen anywhere. It's the second time this has happened to me with construction going on. I work in there, I live in Portsmouth, I work in Pawtucket, go to work to make money, and then this is the second time that this has happened within 2 years because there's construction going on. So who, do I know who's responsible? No, but that street is a mess. And now there's a big pipe sticking out of the road. You have no choice but to move over somewhere off the main road because people are flying around the corner down there, trying to go, you know, trying to go get to wherever they're getting to. I work at 392 Pine Street where Shree is in my parking lot. I filed a claim with Manafort. They said, oh no, we drove in your parking lot. We think it happened. Didn't happen in my parking lot. There's nothing, our parking lot is clear, clean, there's no bolts, anything, there's so much construction going on the street, they shut our roads down, they shut our driveways into the building down, it's like every month, I have to drive halfway around Pawtucket just to get to my work, and that's what happened. Nobody wants to take accountability, but this is like half of my week's salary, I pay for a tire twice I've had it in 2 years from construction going on over there.
I don't think it's a question of the city not wanting to take accountability. I could say this place would have been good there. Public Works will take accountability for just about anything, in my experience, if it can be, it's a little facetious, but they do. If I can, if you can actually see that if the screw come from, again, some act or omission on our part, I don't know that that's the case. I mean, still claims.
Well, 2 days
There's
later.
insurance, but again, we don't pay
claims
claims just because we think something. Pay claims because we know something. And in this particular instance, I don't know how you can take that screw and correlate it back to quote unquote the city of Pawtucket. And again, it sounds like we weren't the ones that actually did work out there, contractor. Sounds like the claim went to the contractor and the contractor doesn't want to accept liability. Committee can do what it wants, it's just legally, I don't see how it has to do. Not at least based on the evidence that's been presented, which is.
Yeah,
Of course.
yeah, Ms. Miller, you know, it's true, like we hire contractors to do stuff and so we see that with snowplows, we see it actually with public utilities doing work on the roads and we get a pothole claim and we find that it wasn't the city negligence, it was whether it was Rhode Island Energy or, you know, Pawtucket Water Supply Board or whatever the case may be. So we generally deny and refer that because the city's not culpable for this work. So in an effort, like in your case, you know, my motion really is you'd have to go back to the construction company because they're the ones that, you know, possibly, you know, had that screw. I know, and I feel bad about that, but the city, it wasn't the city's doing.
Yeah, but again, that's why we have contracts and that's why we require them to have insurance.
Right, and then they deny it and they come up and say, you know, this just stinks, like the city's spending all this money, you're hiring contractors. I'm a working widow,
Sure.
okay, I go to work, I can't even get into my building. I can't go down the street safely, and then this happens. I mean, you know, now
But
I'm
the issue-
spending.
The issue that you are.
Then the city.
Yeah, but again, the traffic issue that you're raising is a different issue. You know, and maybe we need to have more enforcement go out there and pay
Well,
more
it
attention
happens
to what's
with the
happening.
traffic issue, because that street is not passable with 2 cars.
But again, respectfully, that's not our fault. We don't control other people and how they drive on the roadways.
But I understand if the street is not passable for 2 cars, then that is an issue. That street is not passable for 2 cars going at
I
each
think
other.
we're-
You got big trucks coming down, you've got big.
Okay, Miss
barrels
Miller.
down there working on
No,
the sidewalk. It's
We're not taking away from that.
It's not.
We
You know,
just,
they have not had to pull over to the side of the road because there's not enough room for 2 cars to be in there. That wouldn't have happened.
I understand. Right, does the committee have a motion on this?
Yeah, I will make a motion to deny and refer Ms. Miller. I know she went to them, but refer her back to Manfred construction to see if she can recoup the money for.
Motion's been made by Counselor Rujo that we deny the claim for $456.90 for a tire. Second by Counselor Moreno. Rick, will you call a roll, please?
Chairman Rubio,
Yes, to deny.
Councilor Ruzo,
Yes,
Councilor Moreno,
Yes,
3-0.
All right. To take up the next one.
yes. Next up is a auto claim for every Harden in the amount of $300. I move that we take the item up.
second,
Motion's been made by Counselor Moreno, second by Counselor Rujo, that we take up the claim for Mary Darden for the amount of $300 for a pothole. I move to take this up.
Chair, this looks pretty straightforward. It looks like, these were cuts formed by Rhode Island Energy. There were no potholes located in this area. So the, DPW report, specifies that we should, they would refer to the claim to Rhode Island Energy. So I'll do that. I will
Okay.
make a motion to deny and refer, Ms. Darden to Rhode Island Energy.
Second,
Motion's been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Moreno, that we deny the claim and refer it back to Rhode Island Energy. Rick, will you call a roll, please?
Councilor Rubio,
Yes, to deny.
Councilor Ruzo.
Yes,
Councilor Moreno.
yes.
3-0.
Item number 3 for property damage claims. I move to, would you like to recuse yourself now or at the
no,
end?
at the
Okay.
end, because I can do the other two.
Could you please start with Gail
All
Elliott,
right.
please?
Item number 3, property damage, claims. Property damage claim for Gail Elliott in the amount of $400 or $595 for property damage. My motion is to take this up.
Second,
Motion's been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Moreno, that we take up the claim for Gail Elliott for the amount of $400 and $595 for a property damage. I move to take this up. All right.
Chairman.
Yeah. Do you have anything else? Yes.
Yeah.
Counselor.
So I think it's pretty hot and dry. It seems as if the issue was caused through our city odor. So I would be all right moving to approve the claim in the amount of 400.
I will second that motion.
Motion's been made by Counselor Moreno, second by Counselor Arujo, that we approve the claim, the property claim damage for Gail Elliott for the amount of $400. Rick, will you call roll, please?
Chairman Rubio.
Yes.
Councilor Ruzo.
Yes.
Councilor Moreno.
Yes, excuse me.
3-0.
Counselor, next one, please. Oh,
You want me to do that? And then
Yeah,
that's
please.
right. Okay. I would like to take the claim of Gregory W. Smith in the amount of $1,016 property damage. Take that up. Motion is to take it up.
motion's been made by Counselor Arujo, second by Counselor Moreno, that we take up the claim for Gregory W. Smith for the amount of $1,016 for a property damage. I move to take this up.
May I?
Yes, you may.
So, we got an updated, field inspection report. Is this already part of the, docket now? Do we have to amend it to add this to it, or are we good?
We just got it, so we'll add it to the.
So you don't need to make a motion to amend to add it to it, or? No? Okay. So based on that, we have a new field inspection report that was done on April 10th. And it says that the city loader piled snow there and did not realize the damage was done. So before, we were wondering if it was a city vehicle or not. Now we do know that it was definitely a city vehicle that caused this damage, correct?
Yeah, the last meeting, I couldn't give 100% answer because of the city or contractor. We looked into it and to see who was in that area. we did have city plow and city loader in this area.
Yes, sir.
So either it was the loader or the plow that did damage. We don't know what one, but it was the city piece of equipment.
Okay. All right, does the council have a motion?
I will make a motion to approve the Gregory W. Smith property damage in the amount of $1,016.
Second.
Motion's been made by Counselor Rujo, second by Counselor Moreno, that we approve the amount of, the claim for Gregory W. Smith for the amount of $1,016 for a property damage. Move to, well, Rick, please, Paul, please.
Jim Rubio.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Moreno.
Yes.
3-0.
Madam Chair, for the property damage for Jody Norberg, I need to recuse myself as she is immediately family member. Thank you.
Yeah, you get it.
Okay,
So you did.
all right. Council Moreno, could you please take up Jody Norberg?
Yes, the next claim is a property damage claim from Jody Orberg in the amount of $175. I move we take this claim up.
Motion's been made by Counselor Moreno, second by myself, that we take up the claim for Jody Norberg for the amount of $175 for property damage. All right.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions on this?
I don't have any questions now. All pretty.
Pretty straightforward. Do you want to make a motion?
Yes, I move
All right.
that we approve the claim for Jody. No. Orberg in the amount of $175.
Second, motion's been made by Counselor Moreno that we approve the claim for Jody Norberg for the amount of $175 for property damage. Rick, will you call it roll, please?
Jim Rubio.
Yes.
Council Moreno.
Yes.
2-0.
Motion.
No further.
Sure.
Motion to adjourn. No further business is before us.
We're gonna be starting soon. If you're currently waiting online for public input, can you please press the raise hand button at this time?
We have, yeah.
Oh, nope, nobody. Nope.
I don't think. Well, that's a shame. Where belongs to them.
Couple folders.
I'll let my daughter know, tracking. What is this?
That was from,
What's that? I don't do it? No.
Nothing, any public input here?
No. No.
Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna try to make sure I go up around a hitch, it's just a lot of.
And it's all.
Yeah, it is, it is. I gotta go before number 5, number 22, and number 20.
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. Welcome to our temporary headquarters, our temporary chambers at Freight Street. Tonight's meeting of the Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners and the Pawtucket City Council. First thing on our agenda tonight is public input. There is nobody signed up in person for public input, as far as I have been informed.
There's nobody on.
Online for public input. So I'm just going to introduce two written items of public input. First is from an individual named Maddie Whedon regarding the Harmony Dog Training Kennel. And the second is from an individual named Emmanuel Green on the same subject matter. Those have been filed with the clerk's office. And all right, we are now on the Board of License Commissioners for the public meeting open, and the clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer,
Here.
Council Ruzo,
Yeah.
Council Codere, Council Gregor, Council Moran,
Here.
Council Moreno, Council Rubio,
Here.
Council Kubiak,
Here.
Council Wildenhain,
Here.
7 in attendance.
Okay, this is kind of loud.
Now you don't have to really use that,
I won't be,
all your.
Well, yeah, don't go through it. Just go ahead, Lovely.
just don't sing. I'll back up, how's that? I call for approval of the previous minutes from May 20th, 2026, and from May 28th, 2026.
Second. Moved by Council Russo, second by Council Wildenhain. That approve be given to the minutes of the Board of License Commissioners meetings from May 20th, 2026, and May 28th, 2026, as prepared by the clerk. Are there any concerns, amendments, deletions, additions? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
I call for approval. Item number 2, the consent agenda, starting with entertainment for petition for Movimiento Pentecostal Mount Sinai for a festival outdoors on Saturday, July 25th, 2026. All the way to the second page, Victor House New First Class. Last one would be Ramon's Pizza, 171 Pawtucket Avenue. Transfer from Ramon's Pizza to Lopez and Rodriguez Associates. My motion is to approve.
Moved by Council Russo, second by Council Moreno. That approve be given to the consent agenda, starting with entertainment license petitioner William Impio.
Maybe two,
Pentecostal
maybe it's a two.
for a Christian festival, down through Victor House First Class New Ramon's Pizza, right, for the kind of Lopez and Rodriguez Associates. Any items members would like to take exception? Actually, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Councilor Wade. I know there's at least one applicant here who just took care of, they might not know it, Ty. You're all set. So if, anybody else was listed under item 2, that license or request has been approved already. Don't have to stick around. All right,
Okay. All right, item number 3. Expansion of hours temporary 2026 FIFA World Cup pursuant to public law chapter 032H00978 and public law chapter 33033 S2627 sub A, or A 327 Lounge, 327 Lounge LLC, 327 Barton Street, license number WC 26-5, June 16th, 17th, 19th, 20th, 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 26th, and 27th, and July 2nd and 3rd of 2026. B, Contino Restaurant, Maria Luna's Restaurant Incorporated, 82 Pawtucket Avenue, license number WC 26-9, June 23rd and the 27th, and July 2nd and 3rd, 2026. C, El Gran Jaguar Restaurant and Lounge, El Gran Jaguar LLC, 139 Broad Street, license number WC 26-4, June 16th, 17th, 19th, 20th, 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 26th, and 27th, and July 2nd and 3rd, 2026. D, Fire Cantina Grill Incorporated, 176 Columbus Avenue, license number WC 26-2, June 16th, 17th, 19th, 20th, 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 26th, and 27th, and July 2nd and 3rd, 2026. E, High Motor Grill, AD2 Enterprises LLC, 342 East Avenue, license number WC 26-10, Leonardo Beck there, June 19th, 20th, 22nd, and 26th, and July 2nd, 2026. F, Jaya One Sports Lounge in the West Wing, Pawtucket Sports Lounge LLC, 250 Main Street, license number WC 26-6, June 16th, 17th, 19th, 20th, 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 26th, and 27th, and July 2nd and 3rd, 2026. G, Mango's Hookah Lounge, Princess Investments LLC, 17 Exchange Street, license number WC 26-8, June 16th, 17th, 19th, 20th, 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 26th, 27th, and July 2nd and 3rd, 2026. H, Mimi's Lounge, Canto 9 Incorporated, 590 Pawtucket Avenue, license number WC 26-1, June 16th, 17th, 19th, 20th, 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 26th, 27th, and July 2nd and 3rd, 2026. I, Pico's Restaurant and Hookah Lounge, Pico's Restaurant and Lounge LLC, 110 School Street, license number WC 26-3, June 19th, 20th, 23rd, 25th, 26th, and 27th, and July 2nd and 3rd of 2026. And J, Punto Final Hookah Bar and Lounge, Punto Final Hookah Bar and Lounge Incorporated, 31 Summer Street, license number WC 26-7. That's June 16th, 17th, 19th, 20th, 22nd, 23rd, 25th, 26th, and 27th, and July 2nd and 3rd of 2026. My motion is to take these expansion of hours up.
Moved by Council Ruzo, second by Council Moreno, that we take up item 3, expansion of hours temporary for the 2026 FIFA World Cup pursuant to Public Law 32, passed through House Bill 8009 sub A, and Public Law Chapter 33, approved through Senate Bill 2627 sub A, for the application of 10 different Class D establishments, and I won't go through the same listing of dates and times. Councilor Wood did a nice job with that. So this is something very new. The General Assembly passed a bill through both chambers of the General Assembly to allow Class B liquor license holders to request from their respective municipalities the opportunity to stay open until 4 a.m. On the nights of World Cup games. And it gives the municipality, the licensing body, that's us, the municipality, the licensing body of the municipality, the decision whether to approve it or to not approve it or somewhere in between. So I think I might start and then open it up, but when I first heard about it, I couldn't, for the life of me, think of why I would approve a 4 a.m. closing time in Pawtucket. You know, we've gone round and round for people want to stay open to 2 a.m. in Pawtucket. And most of these establishments, because it's Pawtucket, they're close to residences. So I couldn't see myself doing it, especially for games that start at 8 and 9 o'clock on the East Coast. The more I looked into it, the more I considered maybe it doesn't have to be an all or nothing. I was adamantly opposed, but I'd like to. I think I've got something in mind. I'd like to see what everybody else thinks about the issue overall, and then maybe we can discuss if there is a middle ground on that. Does anybody like to start? Councilor Forwarding?
Yes. I'd like to thank President Mercer and Pro Tem Arujo. There was no way I was gonna go for this either. I know I've had issues in the past with people with a 1 o'clock closing and then how the establishment has stretched our resources when it comes to police. We don't have that many on at night. And then to tell them that they've got to worry about things till 4 o'clock in the morning, so there was no way I was considering this. Then an idea was floated through some discussion, and I think Councilor Arujo will probably articulate it much better than I. And as President Mercer said, I think it's given people an opportunity to operate for a few hours more and take advantage of the situation that's happened. While the General Assembly approved it for the state, they gave the responsibility to us to determine what was best for our districts and our cities. And I think that's what we're doing here today. So with that, with the options that'll be presented, I think is a fair resolution to just a springboard to say, if we don't have any issues, then maybe we'll look at other things in the future, but there's no way that they go to 4 o'clock in the morning. So with that, that's all the comments that I have. Councilor Ruger?
Sure, there's no way, no how I would ever approve for anything 4 o'clock in the morning. And we saw, the history will show you, we've had some issues downtown and with one particular club where, well, not club, but establishment, and people jumping on fire apparatus, not being able to get into the club when somebody was hurt, et cetera. Late at night, not a lot of great things happen, but I also understand that, so, emotionally, I really don't like expanding hours at all. We do it for New Year's Eve, but still, I believe we don't go further on the alcohol serving that night, but they'll maybe 15 minutes, and then they're allowed to, no, not at all, okay. And then, right, so we do that once a year, but we're not having the alcohol served anymore. But I also understand that, you have small businesses, so there's a balance. And, I heard the president talk about, the 8 o'clock start time. So one of the things I think would be a balance is, and I have no appetite to expand hours at all, if the games are gonna be done before that 1 o'clock closing time. But anything that will be right about, past that 1 o'clock closing time, I think maybe there's a path that we could possibly do to let them expand their hours. So yeah, I know, if I'm correct, there are 5 dates that games time start at 11 o'clock or after. So I think the games that start at 11 o'clock, closing time at 2 o'clock, 1:45, serving the alcohol. There's one game at midnight. I still think the 1:45 alcohol is a good thing. 2:30 closing time, so they can see the whole game, enjoy it. They have, the business has an opportunity to expand those hours, but I really don't have a big appetite to expand that on the days that the games will be over by 1 o'clock. And not a lot of good things happen that late at night. I want small businesses to thrive, but when you buy a house, that you're near an establishment, they close at 1 o'clock. You come for a license in Pawtucket, you close at 1 o'clock. I think I think there's a balance here, and I actually got the dates. I think June 19th and June 22nd, you have an 11 o'clock game. So closing time at 2 o'clock and 1:45, stop serving alcohol. There's a game June 20th at midnight. 1:45 last call, 2:30 stay open till. And then there's 2 other games, 26th of June and July 2nd. And we have time that we can see how this goes. And if there's no issues at these establishments, we can revisit the June 26th and the July 2nd one for similar approval, a similar process. But give the businesses an opportunity to make sure there's no issues. And I'm concerned because I believe there's only like 8 cruises on night in the city. And, when there's an issue at one establishment, I don't care what, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, et cetera, a lot of our resources in the city are taken up over there. So now, if you have something that happens on Newport Avenue, what happens to the folks who live along the Fairlawn, or vice versa? So, not to say that would happen, but the lady stay open, it's just a concern. It's a concern because I think it's at midnight, they have, I think that's what they have, the patrol cars, I believe. I think it's in that ballpark. So that's, that's kind of what I'm thinking. I wanted to throw that out there and have the discussion.
I just want to say, I understand the concerns around, the public safety, the neighborhood impact, being impacted, the quality of life. Those concerns are all valid, all important, and I think I agree with that, my colleagues here. We have to find a balance. But I also come from a small business perspective, and I know how important those extra hours could mean for your businesses. I think the important thing here is adding guardrails to be able to support that, where there's a balance where we're being fair to our neighbors, but we're also being fair to our businesses. And so I'm looking forward to hearing what these guardrails are.
Yeah, I would agree with everyone here so far that has spoken. I'm certainly not for 4 AM. I'm not certainly even for 3 AM or anything close to that. It's all about public safety and trying to protect the public, and I just don't want to take a chance that something happens. And as Councilor Ruggio alluded to a few minutes ago, if something unfortunately would happen at one establishment, that kind of strains the resources of the police department, and then all the vehicles and all the rescues and everything go over there to that one place, and God forbid there was another place or another place. So I think it's just stretching the police too thin, just in case, not that something is definitely gonna happen, but we've just gotta be careful. We gotta be cautious about this. I'm certainly open to some type of a compromise. I know Council Luder just mentioned one. I'll think about that as we're talking about it, in the next few minutes or so, but, yeah, again, definitely not 4, not 3, even 2 stretching it, but, I would like to at least appease the small business owners somewhat and allow something that's, I guess, somewhat reasonable. So we'll see what happens.
Have we communicated with, public safety and police, if they have been planning, what they plan to be doing for these dates and these are, I'm sure they have been talking about it and have some sort of contingency plans with their hours and staff. Have you communicated with them what their?
I don't believe we have, and I don't think we have.
And then like if a game starts at 11, please don't mind my naiveness in soccer, but like if a game starts at 11, what is the anticipated end time?
So it's 90 minutes a game, 15 minutes a half. If the game starts on time, you're looking at an hour and 45 minutes. So that's a 3-hour window. And the other one, stoppage time, right? So you might get 10 minutes of stoppage time or what have you. The midnight one is 2:30, but that's 2.5 hours. That still gives you a buffer, okay? Because again, 45 minutes, and I believe it's 15 minutes. Unless Steve is different, I believe it's 15 minutes for a halftime. So now you're looking at an hour and 45 minutes, and there is to the President's what he said, there's stoppage time. I guess both halves have stoppage time.
Yes.
Yeah, so you might get 10 minutes each. So you might go 2.25 hours, 2 hours, 2.25 hours, but that gives you that window. That's where, I am so not for expanding hours, but I also understand, okay, there's this is in place to help small businesses. If they want to watch a game, they can watch, the patrons want to watch a game, they can watch it in its entirety and then be done, and then go home. That's why I'm not in favor of expanding it for the ones that start at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. There's plenty of time to watch the game.
Oh my God.
One of my questions was also is if police was here to speak, if the chief was here by any chance, or anyone from the police station to speak on this. Okay, because that's important, right? Could we support this? I'm sure that's in there.
Good question, Mr. President.
Yeah, it's been a conversation, but also as we're making this decision, I want to make sure that we all understand this is a temporary initiative that's being created by the General Assembly to support small businesses throughout this World Cup. I mean, why not take advantage of that? And I understand it from a small business perspective. I understand it from residential zones. I get it. I'm a resident. I'm also a small business owner. But we need to figure out a compromise that could support both, right?
That's right. I didn't know if the administration, I know you're in touch with them all the time, but being the president, I didn't know if there was any input from them, before we discuss this in the next few minutes. And the other thing, just in response to Councilor's comments, I agree with you, that's why they set it up, General Assembly, but they're also not, it's like the council here, we're like down in the grassroots here, nuts and bolts of what's going on, and we would kind of sort of hear it if for some reason something went south, if we allowed 3 or 4 o'clock. So, you know, the state reps, the senators may not hear anything from that, but that's really our responsibility to really look at this closely, so.
I get that. And to your point, Counselor, look, right, one of our representatives here in the front row, you know, it was easy for them to pass. This is Kate, you get to, right? So, hey, you can do it, 3 o'clock, 12 o'clock, whatever it happens to be, but it's the bad guy in the local places, right? So it's easy to pass that, responsibility along to us, which is fair us along, to be honest. They don't quite see it that way with zoning issues and other things, where they're telling us what we must do, but that's another conversation for another time. So I was adamantly opposed to this, and to your point, I did happen to see the mayor a couple days ago, and he was espousing something in between. I told him, there's no way I'm doing it. And I spoke with Councilor Russo last night, he had a pretty cogent approach to it. I can't stress enough what he said about people buy a house next to a Class B, they expect in Pawtucket it's closing. Like, ask for a Class B license in Pawtucket, you expect for closing. So, this is great as far as I'm concerned, for local, small businesses. I cannot in good conscience. I'm a district councilor, I'm like, Joe being at large or at large. Council Moran, Council William, Council Strogack, and I are going to hear from the people in those meetings. If it's loud, if it's rowdy, if there's whatever problems. And then there's the public. So I kind of have a conversation with Council Rules the last time. I won't call it epiphany, but I like what he was saying. So his suggestion was, and in order to get on this list, applicants have to request 14 days in advance. And with us having meetings every 2 weeks, it's kind of a long threshold, right? So everybody here is asking for X number of games. They're all asking, for the most part, the same number of days. There might be one difference here or there. But if you take Council Russo's idea of any game that starts at 11 or midnight, total there are 5 midnight games.
I believe there's 5.
5 11 o'clock games, and 1 midnight game or something.
Yeah, 4, 11, 5, and 1 midnight's 5 in total.
And of the 11 to 12 o'clock games, they are, first 3 are 19th is 11, 20th is midnight, the 22nd.
No, what was proposing?
So we don't,
We don't
this,
have anything.
they're asking for those dates, those game times of absence. I'm just saying, I did a little bit of research, those are the dates that is 10 o'clock and 11.
Okay.
That,
That's what we're gonna send it to be.
I didn't think to print it out, didn't have this paper.
Perfect.
Okay, so, what I would be comfortable with is what Councilor Russo laid out. For the events that start, the games at nights, where the game starts at 11. Allowing closing time at 2. And last call at 1:45. For the lone midnight game, we're talking Eastern time, a midnight game, but it's starting at 9 on the West Coast. Still a 1:45 last, but 2:30 close. And I single those 3 games out because they're entertaining right up into and through July 2nd and 3rd. We meet again on June 24th. There will be some additional establishments that have reached out after the original 14-day window. So there'll be other establishments I suspect to be on our list. But what I would be comfortable with, and I'll accept a motion at some point, that we approve only being denied, approve only game only nights, the 19th, 20th, and 27th. 19th and 22nd would be 1:45 last call, 2 AM closing. Game on the 20th would be 1:45 last call, 2:30 closing. We will hold an abeyance. Establishments won't have to do anything else. We will know on the 24th whether this was a good idea or a bad idea. And if it's a good idea, we want to continue it, then we will give those establishments the same approval for 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock starts after that approval is given out 14th. Doesn't hang anybody up. They don't have to do anything else. We will continue those matters from this until the 24th. Anybody who comes in after the 24th will have to deal with the same way, but they'll only be looking at 24th folks for anyway. That makes sense.
How are we quantifying if it is a good idea or not at the end?
So that's a good question. You know, I suspect that if we're going to do this and allow it, we will ask the police department to take a look at we've got 10 establishments, you know, and you have 8 cars on the road. As we swing by, sometimes we talk between 12, between 1 and 2. Maybe even poke their heads in and make sure that the service is stopped at 1:45. And one of these establishments is in my district, you know, what's 4 houses. I will know by 4 AM on the 19th or actually 20th. Actually, that brings up a question. These dates are Eastern time dates. Should we be referring to them as like the 20th, the 21st, the 23rd, or?
This is what they had on the state. So we got
Okay,
these.
as long as we're all understanding what we're talking about, if the game starts at 11 PM on the 19th, we're talking about closing on. Just so we're all.
One of those 11 p.m., I'm sorry, but is that,
Please come forward, Rep.
is someone just pointed out, is in Monterey, Mexico. So it doesn't start at 11 p.m. It actually is hours before. So it might be 2 AM it starts. So I think just consider time zone as you're discussing the time. That's all I wanted to
Yes,
say.
but we're looking at the time zone start time that's listed on people's thing, so.
It's the 17th, right, June?
What's that?
Yeah.
We got these times from the state. Saying these are the times of the last game.
So these time
What-
frames, that's where that.
what date
from the state?
Yeah, that was the time.
We're using your times.
For the record.
We did realize that we're talking about different times, so we're referencing Eastern Standard Time.
I just wanted to make sure so you
Yeah.
don't get too far down.
Well, yeah, the clerk said that we got it from the state, correct?
I appreciate that.
That's why I saw these times written down, that's where they came from, right?
Council will.
So I just want to get this straight in my head, then. We're only talking about 3 dates right now where we're going to extend hours on these.
Yes, and I think if we were to do it in that way, it is understood that other dates wherein games start before 11 PM, that they are summarily denied. We can do that, yes, Rick? Thank you. Anybody have any questions about my proposal? If so, ask them. If not, somebody will make that. The council, Julie.
I just, again, for the record, I'm not for 4 AM closing. I completely get it. But why are we hand selecting what stays open till 2 if we're moving that way anyway? Why can't we just open till 2 o'clock, or last call at 1:30 and then closure at 2 for 16, 17 and the rest of the days?
my stance on that is that we're talking about specific times where it might necessitate somebody being out there. But the 9 o'clock start and a 10 and a 11 o'clock finish time, I'm not going to subject the residents in my district.
But you're subjecting them already.
I am, and I'm doing it very cautiously,
Selectively,
very selectively.
based on.
I'm, you know, I am pro-business, but I am most certainly pro-resident. And if that's what we're gonna push for, I will certainly be a no.
And if I may, I mean, this was something I certainly wasn't on board at all, expanding any hours, because we've seen issues in other towns that have late night issues, and I don't want that in our city. But I also know that, all right, well, there's gotta be a balance here somewhere, right? And so I'm amenable to expanding it. So the purpose is to watch a game in an establishment amongst your friends and fellow fans. Okay, so when the game ends, we're good. And that's the way this kind of cut and dry. That's the way I look at it. And if we told them to close at 1 and the game's going on till 1:30, they're gonna miss part of that game. So, okay, there's a balance there. Let them watch the game in the establishment. It goes over a bit, not 100% comfortable with it. That's why we'll do the 3 first, and then if it all goes well, we'll do the other 2. And then it only subjects the neighbors and the first responders to 5 of those dates. And it also allows them to watch the game in the establishment amongst fellow fans and to enjoy that game day experience. And that's kind of where this came from.
Council Rubio, question, right? Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
All right, so when I said all the other dates for games from 10 a.m. would be summarily denied. What if, and I'm not saying I would get there by the 24th, but what if we did not summarily, we only dealt with games up to the 22nd. And then on the 24th, if 19th, the 20th, and the 22nd had gone off without a hitch, citywide, we could at least then talk about the earlier start time, well, from the 20th. I know certainly will not vote for something earlier.
Can you repeat that one more time?
All right, so.
Because there's a lot of numbers on this
All right,
thing.
so I circled them this way. The 19th.
What are you proposing?
19th, the 20th, and 22nd are either 11 p.m. or midnight start time.
Mhm.
All the rest from the 22nd, from the 23rd and early. With me so far? That are 8 and 9 and 10 o'clock start time.
Yep.
Will be good.
Mhm.
Instead of denying 8, 9, and 10 o'clock start times from the 24th on, we can revisit that. At the next, is that,
I think that's fair.
does that help? I'm not promising I'm gonna change my stance, but at least that gives us
Thank
a
you.
little bit more wiggle room to address your concerns if it turns out it's not.
Yes, and I thank you for crossing that bridge because I know how deeply you all feel about this. But I think that it's a once in a, how long? I mean, how long do we see this initiative, this opportunity for small businesses? I get it. As far as restaurants, the hospitality industry, they are struggling. And so any little bit, it's revenue used for paying that server, paying that, and yes, residential, I get it, it's important, and we want to make sure that their quality of life is not impacted, but it's not like we're doing this every week, every month.
Well, it is a
Every
slippery
year,
slope too.
and I understand,
You know, and-
I understand, but yes, I think it's fair.
Okay, so. Do I need to?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Councilor Wildenhain.
I think that, President Marissa put it appropriately too. As district councilman, we hear it directly. I sat outside some of the establishments in my area, watched a riot turn around and transform while I was sitting at the Dunkin' Donuts while all the police were there, doing it. And they had a 1 o'clock close time, you know, these are the,
It could happen at 11.
I understand, Counselor, I understand that, but I also understand as a district counselor, I dealt with it in the past. Those people have ended up with restrictions. They close at 12.
Rightfully
They've got
so.
a detail, they've got a detail. That's all that we've done with those people is that if you don't, and I think that's what we're doing here too, is we're providing an opportunity. If they take advantage of the opportunity and they do not meet the standards that we're hoping that they're gonna follow, then they're gonna end up with restrictions also.
And I completely agree with stipulations. If they screw it up, then let's revoke it.
I'm just,
But
as much as I'm concerned about small business, I'm concerned about the restaurant that the resident that listens to the noise that emulates out till that amount of
equally
time.
as concerned, equally as concerned.
And,
But I think there needs to be a fairness.
and I think this does
I
that,
think
because
what he's saying is,
before this was even brought up, it was a blanket no.
and that's why I think we're crossing that bridge.
Okay, so,
Yeah, if I may, then, and anything that's denied, it's not a reflection of, what we think could happen, it's a preventative, all right? Once you set the precedent, you know, let's keep a happen World Cup every 4 years. So maybe this is gonna be another 4-year thing, I'm not sure. But if you arbitrarily, you know, do it for the whole 10, I get it, there's a great thing for the small businesses, I'm very respectful to that. That's why, otherwise, I wouldn't have crossed that bridge, because I do realize it's important, for them to make money. And I know how it is, I'm a sports fan, I love to be around my fellow fans watching our favorite teams, or even if we're out on opposite sides, it's great, it's good camaraderie. Soccer's the #1 sport in the world, I love the game, but we have a duty, to do what we think is right for everybody involved, and I think this is a definite balance, at least for these first 3, and then we revisit it, come the 24th and see where we are. That's my 2 cents on it.
I will articulate the motion and ask something. Okay, so it would be to summarily deny any request for June 16th, 17th, 23rd. That looks like it covered everything.
I'll make that motion.
We'll do it all in one. All right, all in favor of summarily denying the request for June 16th, 17th, and 23rd. Any discussion on that? That's made by Council Lumber, made by Council Bowman, second by Council Lumber. Yeah. All in favor of that motion?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And that would be to approve 19th and 22nd for all applicants requested those dates. 19th and 22nd for a 1:45 last call, 2 p.m. close time,
Yeah,
2 a.m. close time, as well as the 20th, a 1:45 last call and a 2:30 a.m. close time. Anyone make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second that.
By Council Lujo, second by Council Moran. Any discussion on that motion? In that case, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. That would leave us on this agenda. Requests for the 25th, 26th, 27th, July 2nd, July 3rd. To be addressed at the next meeting on June 24th.
Postpone to the 24th.
Postpone it to the 24th, and no need for those applicants to do what? Motion, moved by Council Lujo, second by Council Moreno, any discussion, Council?
Do we have to give a motion to do some communication, please, in that motion?
We can do that, this is from. That's the only question on that motion. Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. I just want to thank Council Russo for, a brainchild who was talking some things over last night. Kind of got there, so, and Council will be like, promise you we will address the 9-10 o'clock starts at the next meeting. I'm not sure you'll be able to convince me, but, you know, you got 2
We
weeks.
heard everyone,
Yeah.
you gotta convince them.
You have 2 weeks to.
Get a lobbyist.
Come up with a game.
Yeah.
And
Signatures.
then, Rick, if you would just, ask the police department to, keep an eye out on 19th, 20th, and 22nd for those correct closing time last bill.
You want to report, a written report?
Yes, please.
Yes.
What were you gonna say, Counselor?
Well, I was like, if it's really like they're gonna say, already have to take the auto plan for. Time.
I'm quite sure they're aware. Where is that?
Well, you will also notify them that those 3 extended hours have, so they'll do the. Is that from the council?
I did, as far as I'm promoting those dates, so they can't promote the later dates until they have an approval, right? Just
Yes.
promotional.
Agreed.
And the tough one will be the 26th, because only 2 days, but the other one in question, unless we go with the full thing that we were talking about, would be July 3rd, was it? Second, so there's a little bit of time for them to advertise for that one. The tough one will be the 26th.
And we will have another slate of, could be 1, 2, could be 10 more, who didn't meet the original 14-day deadline, but put it in after that, but couldn't get out of time. So we'll be addressing all of those in front of us. The other,
And if I may, if they open late for those 3 and they're on the docket for the 26th and there's no issues, they haven't had any issues at the establishment based on these extended hours, I already know they got a good chance for that to pass the number.
yeah, that's a good point. You know, if this isn't everybody lumped in together. If establishment A has a problem, establishment 1, 2, 10, no problems. It's good to go. Okay. And we have that.
You good? All right, good. Item number 4 is advertised for a public hearing, auto repair and secondhand shop licenses, Class B, selling used parts. Lewis Auto and Tire Services, Lewis Auto and Tire Services LLC, 611 Whedon Street, license number AUC 26-7. Transfer from Lewis Auto Services, LM Auto Service LLC. Previous stipulations: number 1, no auto body work, and number 2, no auto painting. Motion is to convene as public hearing.
Moved by Councilor Arujo, seconded by Councilor Stacoviak, that we convene a public hearing regarding an auto repair secondhand shop license, Class B selling used parts. Lewis Auto and Tire Service, Lewis Auto Tire Service LLC, 611 Legion Street, implement AUC 26-7. Transfer from Lewis Service LM Auto Service LLC. There are 2 stipulations: no auto body work, no auto paint. I declare a public hearing open. Is the applicant here or the license holder here? Anybody from Lewis? You can come forward, sir. Just give your name and home address. Yeah, from there it's fine.
He's the owner.
Easy on that. Are you here to translate or?
Yeah, for president, we help to him to filling the permits, everything, the applications.
Okay, all right, so I'm gonna ask both of you to give your name, home address, so just so we know exactly who we're dealing with, okay?
The name is Luis Morales. 611.
Spell your name?
Yeah, F-U-S.
Oh, Louis?
Yeah, Luis, F-U-S.
Morales?
Yes.
Address?
611. Village Street.
Your home address.
Oh, okay, 6. What's it?
Home address.
563. Power Road.
Okay?
Yep.
Your name, please?
Jenkins Osorio.
Spell your name for me?
Jenkins. Pozuelos. POC.
B as in boy?
No, P as
Paul?
yeah.
P A.
Well, POC. Yeah. C.
Right.
C. Sorry, C. Right, zero. Yeah, sorry.
So let's do this, yeah. P as in Paul,
P as in Paul.
O as in Oscar,
Yeah. C.
C as in Charles.
No, C by zebra. C by zebra. Zebra.
Oh, you would have.
Zebra, Z.
Oh,
Z.
Z. Yeah.
Z as in zebra.
Yeah. U. E.
My mom rolled.
L. O.
L, O.
L. O. S.
This is those?
Yeah. Pozuelos.
Okay, your home address?
27 Terry.
Terry?
Yeah.
T E R.
No, Terry, 30. 2730. Yeah, Hartford Avenue.
Hartford?
Yeah. Johnson.
My mom.
How close I got. Okay, can you look at that? Mr. Luis Morales, 563 Powell Road, Pawtucket, and Mr. Jenkins Pozuelos, 2730 Hartford Avenue, Johnson.
So, you, sir, you're the owner, correct? And you helped him fill out the paperwork?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So, this is in District 6, so I'm gonna turn it over to Council Sequoia.
Please, so you're just transferring the license, but it looks like, is it still you? You're still gonna own it, right? Or is it like, so what, who's it getting transferred to?
No, we filled the application for a new license because he just buy the equipment in the same building.
Okay. Well, say that again, say that one more time.
That's all.
Say that one more time, explain to me why the
Oh.
transfer?
He's not transferred the license. He applied for a new license. He's in the same building. He just buy the equipment.
So who owned LM?
It's other person there with the.
Oh, it just happens to be your same initials, maybe that's why.
Yeah, it's the same national. so
Okay,
it's the
okay.
same other person.
All right, then how long have you been the owner officially now?
Sorry.
How long has he been the owner officially now?
It'll be 2 months.
2 months. How long have you been in this type of industry?
¿Cuánto tiempo lleva usted en esta industria?
Did he work at this place before, or is this like, and now he's just owning it?
Yeah,
Or,
he works in this.
so he's worked in this building?
Yeah.
He's just taking over
Yeah.
now? Okay. That was like, I'm like, there has to be some sort of widescreen, okay. And everything's staying the same, the hours, what's the hours currently?
8 a.m. to 5.
Okay, fine. Okay. Yeah, 'cause it can't be open past 6, so. The stipulations will still be there, no auto body work, no auto painting, nothing's gonna change on the license at all. Okay, all right, thank you. That's what I know.
Just to clarify, LM Auto Services, who we worked, is now taking it over, it just happens to be LM. And he has created Luis Auto and Tire Service LLC. Now we'll be taking over the instance. He'll be operating under that LLC, at the same place he previously worked, and he's now over. That's it.
Yep.
Okay. Any? I just get a thumbs up from you. Any other questions for the applicant? If this is a public hearing, I'm gonna have you sit down for a moment, see if there's anybody else here. If anybody else here, speak on this matter, either in person or online.
If you are looking to speak on this matter online, can you please press the raise hand button at this time? And I see no hands being raised.
In that case, I will get a public hearing closed, I'll entertain a motion, Councilman.
I need to approve this transfer of license, the AUT 26-7, a transfer from, LM Auto Service to Lewis Auto Service.
Second.
The move by Councilor Stoviak, second by Councilor Ruzo, approve and give it to the, new auto repair secondhand shop license transfer from LM Auto Sales to Lewis Auto Tire Service LLC, license number AUT-6-7. Any discussion?
With the same stipulations.
Yeah, any discussion on motion to approve? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. You're all set, gentlemen.
I think, Mr. President, before I take item number 5, I'd like to amend the agenda to introduce 3 letters objecting to the transfer.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Moran, that we amend the agenda for the purpose of introducing 3 letters of discussion on amending the agenda. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Councilor?
I'd like to make a motion to read and file the following letters. One from Paul Pisano on behalf of N.S. Walker of Rhode Island Incorporated in the amount of $2,442.11. Letter number 2 from Gregory Mancini of Sinapi Law Associates on behalf of CNC Distributors in the amount of $12,509. And letter number 3 from Gregory Mancini of Sinapi Law Associates on behalf of Mancini Beverage Company in the amount of $42,171, and Southern Glazers Beverage Company in the amount of $15,846. Again, the motion is to read and file these communications.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Moran, to read and file 3 correspondences. The first is from Attorney Paul J. Pisano on behalf of M.S. Walker of Rhode Island, Inc. For claiming totaling $2,420.11. Correspondence from Gregory Mancini at Sinapi Law Associates on behalf of CNC Distribution in the amount of $12,509. And another correspondence from Greg Mancini from Sinapi Law Associates on behalf of Mancini Beverage in the amount of $42,171. And Southern Glazers Beverage Company in the amount of $15,846. Motion is to file. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Great, thank you for that, by the way. Okay. Item number 5 is advertised for public hearing. Class A transfer of ownership, State Line Wine and Spirits, Mahakali Corporation, 880 Central Ave, LQA 26-2. Transfer from State Line Wine and Spirits, Karuna Corporation. Motion is to convene as public hearing.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Ray, to be a public hearing regarding a Class A transfer of ownership. State Line Wine and Spirits, Mahakali Corporation, 880 Central Avenue, liquor license number LQA-6-2, this will transfer from State Line Wine and Spirits to Karuna Corporation. The public hearing open, for Deputy Sir.
Good evening, Councilman, Joe Bassi, counsel for the applicants.
That's with the B.
Bassi with the B, B-A-S-S-I.
Joseph,
Correct.
BASSI, and your address, please?
24 Nicholas Lane, Warwick, Rhode Island.
Nicholas Lane?
Correct, with no H.
Okay.
As well.
And Mr. Joseph Bassi, 24 Nicholas Lane, Warwick, Rhode Island.
Or that you're here on behalf of the applicant both?
No, you,
Transfer E, transfer or?
transfer E, Mahalakai Corporation.
This is in District 1, so I'm gonna turn it over to Councilor Moran.
Thank you, Mr. President. Attorney Bassi, just explain to the board what's being proposed, if you could.
It's just to, in brief, it's a asset purchase agreement. It's my understanding, the transfer or represented by Attorney Nick Lambros. It's an asset sale from the existing owner to my client. He's purchasing the assets of the business. It's his intention to carry on business the way it always has. He's going to continue to use the State Line DBA. He's going to hire all the existing employees. All the vendors are going to stay the same. He's really just stepping in the shoes so that the current owner of the business can retire.
How long has your client been in the business of that?
I couldn't give you an exact amount of years, but he does currently operate on behalf, or does manage, I should say, a family liquor store business in Springfield, Massachusetts. So he is familiar with retail liquor sales.
Okay, all right, and like you said, really nothing is changing. All the employees that were there, that are there currently are gonna stay, so not really a change except just for ownership itself.
Correct.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, but anybody else?
Yes, Mr. President.
Councilor Ruger.
So a lot of times, council, we see, that there are letters because there's money owed. This is the biggest amount, I think, in my recollection, $72,968, for opposition based on money that's owed. So I know usually that gets taken care of before the license is given. Is the resources there for the staff and all that?
Yes, the purchase price on the business is $650,000.
Okay.
As far as I understand, there's no significant liens on the business. And I agree with you. I have not done many liquor license transfers, but this is much more than I was expecting as well. And I'll certainly pass this on to the sellers council that these liens do exist.
Okay.
I was a little shocked when the clerk was reading it into the record as well, that they did exist.
So that could be just a component of when he ordered the stock. So doesn't necessarily mean that something like that.
It was just a big number.
Yeah, I get it. Well, it's different for what the store is working, flat feet, bottles on the shelves and stuff, so. Anybody else have any questions? Okay, so again, running fast, this is a public hearing, so I'm just gonna ask, is there anybody else here to speak on this matter at the public hearing? And is there anybody online?
If anybody waiting on Zoom is looking to speak in this public hearing, can you please press the raise hand button at this time? Well, I have one hand being raised.
Might be my client.
Neil?
Oh, Neil is the seller.
Do they wish to speak?
Yes, they have a raised hand. 1 second. Okay, Neil, can you hear us? So can you possibly unmute?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Oh, yep, we can hear you.
Yeah, yes, I just got a notification of the CODs, so I'm gonna be working on figuring that out with the vendors and making sure that everyone's paid. Yeah, that's all I wanted to share.
You are the transferor, is that correct?
What's that?
You're the transferor, you're the seller?
I am the seller.
Okay, and just so we can perfect this record, could you just please give us your name and address, please?
Yes, it's Neil Patel, 210 Cedar Street in Holliston, Mass.
Just spell his last name?
Patel.
Patel.
And you would have that in the application. So,
And the address again?
the address again, sir?
210 Cedar Street, Holliston.
210 Cedar Street, Holliston, Mass. Okay, thank you, sir. Was that all you wanted to say?
Yes, that's all.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. Nobody else online?
Nobody else.
And still nobody here, right? In that case, I would declare the public hearing closed, and I will entertain a motion from Council Moran.
My motion is to approve the transfer.
Moved by Council Moran, second by Councilor Arujo, that approval be given to the transfer state line of spirits to the Mahakali Corporation, license number LQA-26-2. Any discussion on the one to approve? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. We're all set, sir.
Thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
Item number 6 is advertised for public hearing, Class B victular with outdoor seating, new. 245 Meeting Place LLC. 245 Eston Avenue, Unit E, license number LQB 26-6. ENT, previously Hazel Origin Coffee. My motion is to convene this public hearing.
Moved by Councilor, second by Councilor Gregor. We convene a public hearing regarding a Class B victular with an outdoor seating new. 245 Meeting Place, 245 Meeting Place LLC, 245 Eston Avenue, Unit E, liquor license number L2B, at 26-6, previously held by Hazel Origin Coffee. I will put a public hearing open. Could you both give your name and home address to the clerk, please?
Kayla Martinez, 951
Can you spell your first name, please?
Kayla.
Martinez?
Martinc.
Okay.
951 C 10 Rod Road, PEN, in Exeter, Rhode Island.
Yeah, that's fine.
Gil Maragula, 34 Greenwood Drive.
Gil?
Gil, Gilmar.
And your last name?
Agua, Agui,
Agui?
Lar.
And your address?
34 Greenwood Drive, Johnston, Rhode Island.
Okay.
Thank you, both. Can you step forward for a moment? This is actually in conflict. Gregor's, district, the technical time, again, death and time, but so I'm gonna turn it over to him.
Good evening. You and I spoke, so.
We don't expect that. You might do that.
It is on. And you already know the event space as well. Yeah?
Correct. Correct.
I think, turn the cafe into a sports bar. That's it.
Correct.
Tell us a bit more about it.
That's correct.
Can you tell us like about it?
It's gonna be a
It's
restaurant.
gonna be a restaurant.
Yeah.
You told me sports bar.
It's sport bar restaurant, yeah.
That's. So what kind of food?
We're gonna have American food pretty much, chicken quesadillas, chicken wings, breakfast.
And,
Say breakfast?
Yes.
what are gonna be your hours?
We hope it to open from 7 in the morning until 1. Well, that's it. Well,
6 a.m.
6 a.m. open to the public crowd. Yeah, for breakfast.
Right. PM?
Yes, sir.
1 a.m. Yes.
1 a.m. I'm sorry.
And what days of the week?
We hope it to open every day,
7.
7 days. That's our goal. Right.
And you're gonna set it up off, stop serving at, midnight.
12.
That's correct.
Unless you say otherwise.
I'm assuming you're not gonna be serving alcohol at 6 in the morning.
No,
There's gonna be breakfast, lunch, and dinner?
that's correct.
How many employees that we working?
About 15 so far.
15?
Correct.
Those are gonna be serving alcohol, Joe, that's certified,
Yes, sir.
and then have you received the, necessary approval by inspection,
All the inspections have been completed correct by the department.
Board of Health?
Correct. Yes.
Well, what sort of experience, prior experience do you have like restaurant?
Well, I've been involved in restaurant since I've been a kid in my family. When I came to the country, I was been involved in restaurants, and I opened the Pawtucket Event Center, which you guys are aware of. And now we had the opportunity that we had the existing cafe, and we couldn't rent it, so we had the opportunity to invest, another 50,000 put into it, and hire more employees and make a restaurant more attractive for the community and more attractive for the city.
Would you be having entertainment?
We are having entertainment, yes.
What sort of?
Just music, here and there.
Not loud music, not like parties or anything like that. No, no live music, not just music, no.
Ambient music.
Maybe karaoke at night, people want to sing to stay there and have a drink and have something to eat.
And there'll be music reserved for your patrons inside, right?
Yes, that's correct. Nothing outside.
I don't have any input. I have just a couple, but, this is the coffee shop that's behind Full Park Village.
That's correct.
Yes. And next to French Photo.
Yes,
That's correct.
Part of the building.
And am I correct, is there a basement for that too?
The Pawtucket Event Center is a separate company that we have downstairs, and that's an event center that we rent out. This is gonna be more of a open to the public restaurant, not, the Pawtucket Event Center is more
Right.
private event.
Will it still operate as private events on a
Correct.
or?
Yeah,
Correct.
it's completely separate, two separate companies, two separate levels.
And is the existing coffee shop thing a coffee shop or
No,
No,
they've moved
that
out.
breakfast part or?
Yeah, so we're taking over Hazel Cafe's area, and that is gonna be the 245 meeting place. So we're gonna have our own breakfast, our own coffee, and so we're taking over that area.
They moved the problem, right?
They have several locations, that's
Yeah.
correct.
Are you able to accommodate people at night time, let's say? Downstairs and upstairs, and can they get the ones that are going outside and? I
No,
just haven't
so we're
seen-
keeping it completely separate. The Pawtucket Event Center is separate. We have events randomly. It's not like a 24/7 type of thing like we're trying to do with 245 meeting place. And so I don't think that we'll have a problem with that at all.
I'm just kind of trying to wrap my head around. Okay, I went there for dinner and to watch it. Would I be in the bottom level?
No,
No,
Okay,
that's a separate area, separate.
separate entrance, separate place.
and that is staying solely as a event center.
Event center, yes.
Correct.
Yep,
That's
we're
just
not
for a
merging
special-
the two.
That's just for a special event like weddings, birthday
Birthdays.
parties, stuff like
Yeah.
that.
So you're proposing here, take over the Hazel Coffee area. That is where you will be doing your breakfast, lunch, and dinner and sports lounge.
Correct.
That's that upper.
Correct.
That's correct.
I when I heard basement or lower level, I just trying to wrap my head around. it. So one really has nothing to do with them.
Correct.
Okay. All right, thank you. And I would have asked the same question about, 6 a.m. to 1 a.m. Of serving out. When do you think you start? Noon time or?
I would say, well, it's gonna be there if somebody wants it, but I don't, like you were saying, I don't think somebody's gonna stop by 6 and wanted to have a drink. But I would say after 11, yes. We're gonna.
Thought I'd never do it.
Well, we're trying to please people.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions before I go back to the question? Jocelyn?
Just real quick, Council President Perez, there are two things, so my question is, you have 15 employees gonna be working upstairs?
It's gonna be, yes.
Okay, now what happens when you have simultaneously on the same day, in the evening or what have you, that downstairs, what happens then?
We have different employees for
Completely
downstairs.
different staff, completely different payroll. It's two separate companies, 100%.
Business,
That clarifies. Thank you. Anybody else? Okay, I'm just gonna ask you to sit in the front row for a moment while I see if there's anybody else here. Is there anybody else here to speak on this matter in attendance tonight, here? Is there anyone online?
If anybody is currently waiting online via Zoom to speak on this public hearing, can you please press the raise hand button at this time? And I see no hands being raised.
Okay, I will clear the public hearing closed, and I will entertain a motion, Council.
I motion,
The move by Councilor Gregor, second by Councilor Moreno, that approval be given to the Class B outdoor seating new request of 245 meeting place, 245 meeting place LLC at 245 Esmond Avenue, Unit P, license number LQB -6-6. Motion is to approve. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. You're all set.
Thank you.
Item number 7, petition for license, Victual House, first class new, 245 meeting place, 245 meeting place LLC, 245 Eston Ave. Yeah, the
Yeah,
second part,
the second
the
one.
victim. Unit E, license number LQB 26-6 ENT, previous Hazel Origin Coffee, motion to approve.
Moved by Council Luther, second by Council Gregor, that approves and give it to a Victual House First Class New for its 25 Union Place, 25 Union Place LLC, 245 Hampton Avenue. Unit E, license number LQB 26-6. The motion to approve, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Item number A, the communication from Carl Johnson, Director of Code Enforcement, Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners, Excelso Cafe and Bakery, York, Rosario, 477 Smithfield Avenue, 200-foot rule. Motion is to read and file that communication.
Moved by Council Luther, second by Council Capozzi, act that a communication from Carl Johnson, Director of Code Enforcement, Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners, regarding Excelso Cafe and Bakery, York, Rosario, 477 Smithfield Avenue, regarding the 200-foot rule. Motion is to file a communication. Discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Item number 9, the following petition for license was postponed at the meeting held May 20th, 2026, and is again taken up. Class B victular, new, Excelso Cafe and Bakery, York, Rosario, 477 Smithfield Avenue, license number LQB 26-5, ENT Amusement number 1. Motion is to take up this license.
Moved by Council Russo, second by Councilor Jacoby, act that the following petition for a license that was postponed at the meeting held May 20th, 2026, is again taken up. Class B victular new for Celso Cafe and Bakery, York, Rosario, 477 Smithfield Avenue, license number LQB 6-5. Motion is to take this matter up again. Councilor Jacoby.
I just have to move to deny this license due to it not being, being under the 200-foot rule. So I move to deny this license.
By that you mean it's within 200 feet of a church.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
The move by Councilor Jacoby, second by Councilor Rubio, that board denied Class B victual new license request of Excelso Cafe and Bakery, 477 Smithfield Avenue, because the establishment is within a 200-foot radius of a church. Any discussion on the motion to deny, Councilor?
I actually just want to give credit to, this is why we have public hearings and public comment to the residents that came, because we knew about one church, but we didn't know that there was, a little church at the end of that plaza, that sometimes can go, just in the plaza with undetected. So I want to give credit to the residents that, knew about it, obviously, because they're neighbors, and that's why we had public hearings, and I appreciate it.
Anybody else on the motion to deny? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries.
Item number 10, petition for license entertainment and Class F beer and wine. Petition of Cape Verdean American Community Development of Rhode Island for a license to conduct an R&D cafe at 120 I Street to sell beer and wine on Sunday, June 28th, 2026, from 12 p.m. till 5 p.m. License number EDT 26-39. Motion to take up.
Moved by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Segovia, that petition for license for entertainment class F petition of the Cape American Community Development of Rhode Island for a license to conduct an R&D cafe, on 125 Street to sell beer and wine Sunday, June 28th, from noon until 5 p.m. The license number EDT 26-39.
I believe when we redistricted, it became Councilor Whittier's.
In that case, are the applicants here?
Yes.
If you could come forward, please, and give your name and home address to the clerk, please.
Judith Grant, 203 Japonica Street, Pawtucket, Rhode Island.
Valcio Teixeira, 55 Edgeworth Ave, Providence, Rhode Island.
Got that? Did you say Grant?
Yes.
Okay, so this is Councilor Codier's, district, and she's tied up for the night. Can you just kind of, give us, what it is you're proposing to do on the 20th?
So our nonprofit holds a free community brunch. And for this specific one, we just wanted to see if it was possible to get the license to sell beer and wine. Some of you have been to our Art of the Cafe. We've had it for, I don't know, 8+ years now. It's just something we do for the community, and we just wanted to make it more lively.
So it's a brunch, but then you'll continue from noon until 5 with beer and wine and some other festivities.
As the World Cup game is on.
Gotcha.
That day.
Yeah.
Is Cape Verde playing in that game? or-
No.
Oh, it's the first knockout game.
The first knockoff game, and we have vendors that usually come, and it's very cultural, and we were asked if this was something we could do.
Again, Councilor Cordia is tied up with work to that, we will make sure things went smoothly and anything that's questioned is district, so I don't have any concerns about them. Any other questions for the applicants?
This one, you only expect about 75 mad people, that would, yeah, I don't see a concern with that, not at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
You have a question?
No, it's gonna make a motion for it.
Okay, so this is not a public hearing, so, sure, I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve the license, for the Cape Verde American Community Development of Rhode Island to conduct, an Aura de Cafe at 120 High Street, license EDT 2629.
Second. The moved by Councilor Kodiak, second by Councilor, was that you, Councilor Wilbraham?
Yes.
That will be given to, and you, and Councilor Rubel, and Councilor Gregor. And the rest of the board. Petition, to grant the petition of the Cape Verde American Community Development of Rhode Island license to conduct an Orga Cafe at 120 High Street on June 28th from noon until 5 p.m. The motion is approved. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. Have fun.
You guys are welcome. It's free to the community.
Thank you. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Item number 11, petition for license entertainment in class F1 full privilege. Petition of Colombian American Cultural Society to conduct Colombian Independence Day Festival to sell food and alcoholic beverages at 150 Roosevelt Avenue, City Hall parking lot on Saturday, July 25th, 2026 from 8 a.m. until 9:30 p.m. That license number is EBT-26-33. Motion is to take this up.
Moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor, Moran, that we take up a petition for license for entertainment class F1 full privilege. The petition is from the Colombian American Cultural Society to conduct a Colombian Independence Day Festival to sell food and alcoholic beverages at 150 Roosevelt Avenue, City Hall parking lot. Saturday, July 25th, from 8 a.m. until 9:30 p.m. It would be nice to place number EBT-6-33. The applicant is already here. If you just please give your name and address to the clerk, please.
Gabriel Martinez, Colombian American Cultural Society. I've been in here a few times in the last 25 years.
Oh, we do not know what to do. We were up here before we were ready for it. This is you?
No.
This also, Council Cordia? Okay, I think it probably is, when we redistrict and some of the street addresses kind of moved.
No, because that's right across from City Hall. I don't have it. No, it's not his.
Oh,
We went through this.
It's not address, physical address for that location.
Yeah.
So they took to use the City Hall address.
So, you know, you've been here, like you said, a number of times, you've had a number of events that have never caused anybody any problems, so I don't think Councilor, Cordia would have any questions for you, or any heartburn about approving them, so if I should like to tell us a little bit more, you can go ahead and approve.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So we can promote the festival now?
Yep, it is,
Right.
it,
Thank
it,
you so much.
minutes is gonna be a matter of seconds, it will be approved, the move by Councilor Rubio, second by Councilor Rujo and Councilor Moreno. That's probably given to the Colombian American Society, request to conduct a Colombian Independence Day Festival and sell food and alcoholic beverages on July 25th from 8 a.m. until 9:30 p.m. License number EBT-26-33. Any discussion on the motion to approve? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck. Have a great time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too. Item number 12, petition for license entertainment in class F1 full privilege. Petition of Valine Moniz Correa to conduct a day concert and to sell food and alcoholic beverages at 100 Main Street on Sunday, July 12th, 2026 from 2 p.m. until 9 p.m. License number EBT-26-36. Motion to take up.
Moved by Councilor Rujo, seconded by Councilor Moreno, that we take up a petition for license for entertainment class F1 full privilege. The petition is of Moline Pereira to conduct a gay concert and to sell food and alcohol beverages at 100 Main Street on Sunday, July 12th from 2 p.m. until 9 p.m. License number EBT 26-36. Is the applicant here? Ms. Carrera? This is for July 12th. And neither the counselor is here nor the applicant.
Motion to postpone to the next meeting.
Postpone to the next meeting. Moved by Council Russo, second by Council Rubio, that we postpone item 12 to the meeting of June 24th. Any discussion on postpone? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Item number 13, petition for license class F1 full privilege. A petition from Jack J. Galveo to sell food and alcoholic beverages at the World Cup Watch Party at 150 Roosevelt Avenue parking lot on Friday, June 12th, 2026 from 7 p.m. until 11 p.m. Monday, June 15th, 2026 from 10 a.m. until 2:30 p.m. Saturday, June 27th, 2026 from 5:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. and Sunday, July 19th, 2026 from 1 p.m. until 7 p.m. License number EBT 26-38. Motion to take up.
Moved by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Rubio, that we take up a petition for license for a class F1 full privilege. Petition of Jack J. Galveo, sell food and alcoholic beverages at a World Cup watch party at 150 Roosevelt Avenue parking lot. Following date, Friday, June 12th, 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Monday, June 15th, from 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. Saturday, June 27th, from 5:30 p.m. until 11 p.m. and Sunday, July 19th, from 1 p.m. until 7 p.m. License on the EBT that's 6-38. Mr. O'Hara, are you here? I thought that was you. This is pretty self-explanatory. I do know that the city's IT department was trying to make sure it was copacetic with this coming Friday. Today they're running some wires and doing some testing it, right? So, everything seemed like a go.
Yes, yes. And hopefully we'll all have a great time there, watching with the sun.
It's, class F1 full privilege, so you can sell more than zero one, right? Counselor, Revere didn't necessarily give me any back that she held over work, but I see no reason that she'd have any additional questions or any concerns. A number of things in the city, I don't think having any conference, so.
Motion to approve.
Moved by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Rubio, that approval be given to the petition of Jack J. Galveo, selling food and alcoholic beverages at World Cup watch party at 150 Roosevelt Avenue on those 4 dates. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Have fun.
Thank you. Item number 14, petition for license entertainment and expansion of premise 1 day. Petition of News Cafe, Joshua Cafe LLC for a license to conduct an art and music fest with music indoors and outdoors and a 1 day expansion of their Class BV liquor license to serve alcoholic beverages outside in the parking lot of 43 Broad Street on Saturday, July 25th, 2026 from 12 p.m. until 9 p.m. License number EBT 26-28. Motion to take up.
Moved by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Moreno, that we take up a petition for license for entertainment and expansion of premise for 1 day. Petition of News Cafe, Joshua Cafe LLC for a license to conduct an art and music fest with music indoors and outdoors and a 1 day expansion of their Class BV liquor license to serve alcoholic beverages outside the parking lot of 43 George Street on Saturday, July 25th, from noon until 9 p.m. of the license on the EBT at 6-7. I do know that the cafe has done this a number of different times with never any problems, but I know Councilor O'Dea has your confidence with that. So, I'd like to make a motion. Moved by Councilor Moreno, second by Councilor Wildenhain, that approval be given for the entertainment and expansion of premise for 1 day of the petition of News Cafe for a license to conduct a fest, music fest with using indoors and outdoors, a one-day expansion of their Class B liquor license on Saturday, June twenty-fifth, from noon until 9 p.m. License number EBT -6-8. Any discussion on the motion? Approved, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Item number 15 is a petition for license, entertainment, and expansion of premise one day. Petition of Pico's Restaurant and Hookah Lounge for a license to have a soccer event and for a one-day expansion of their Class BD liquor license to serve food and alcoholic beverages at 110 School Street. Parking lot outdoors on Sunday, June 21st, 2026, from 3 p.m. until 9 p.m. That license number is EBT 26-37. Motion to take up.
Moved by Council Ruzo, second by Council Moreno, that we take up a petition for license for entertainment expansion premise one day of Pico's Restaurant, Hookah Lounge for a license, a soccer event for one day expansion on the Class B liquor license for food and alcoholic beverage at 110 School Street, in the parking lot outdoors on Sunday, June 21st, from 3 p.m. until 9 p.m. License number EBT -6-37. I know that Council Bodea has approved these similar events at this same venue. Don't think she had any questions or concerns.
Motion to approve.
Second.
By Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Rubio, approval be given to the petition of Pico's Restaurant, Hookah Lounge. We have a soccer event and for a one-day expansion of the Class liquor license at 110 School Street, outdoors in the parking lot, Sunday, July 21st, from 3 p.m. until 9 p.m. Any discussion on the motion to approve? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Number 16 is a petition for license, entertainment, and expansion of premise 2 days. Petition of Zona 7 BMT 7 LLC for license to have a violin weekend for a 2-day expansion for their Class BD liquor license to serve food and alcoholic beverages at 682 Roosevelt Avenue parking lot. Indoors and outdoors on Saturday, June 20th, from 5 p.m. until 10 p.m. and on Sunday, June 21st, 2026, from 5 p.m. until 9 p.m. And that license number is EBT 26-41. Motion to take up.
Second.
Moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Moran, I would take a license for entertainment expansion of premise for 2 days. This is Zona 7B and 7 LLC for a license of violin weekend. For a 2-day expansion of their Class BD liquor license for food and alcoholic beverages at 682 Roosevelt Avenue outside the parking lot, indoors and outdoors, to Saturday, June 20th, 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Next day, Sunday, June 21st, 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. will be licensed on EBT-6-41. Councilor Moran.
Thank you, Mr. President. I spoke with the applicant earlier. If you want to come forward, Bruno, how you doing? How's everything?
Thank you.
I just want to point out, everybody, in District 1, we're very low key. We have a violin weekend. See, I've never seen that before. You know, you got a big band, just a violin. So
That was so cool to see.
Real violence.
I thought you said it. I thought you said violent weekend. I'm like, well, wait a minute.
It did sound like I said, I apologize.
But Bruno, why don't you explain to everybody what you're planning on doing?
Well, I purchased that building and it's going to be my grand opening weekend. Most likely I might be indoors, but just in case, I figured just having those 2 days outside, mostly likely it's not going to happen, but I just want to have the option in case, I got like more than 100 people, I would like to give the option when I'm still outside.
Right, and we were speaking before, any alcohol that you're serving outside, just make sure it's in plastic cups, and then you're gonna clean up the area by the next morning, say around 10 a.m. and stuff, but I trust that you're gonna do it anyway, so.
Of course.
And then if there's ever a need for a detail, the police will be reviewing it anyway, but it sounds like I don't think you're gonna need, it, but see what they want to do.
Correct.
But I don't have any other questions. Don't have any.
Anything else, Councilor Frederick?
Is this the place that used to be the Jeff Brown?
Yes.
Okay. Huh?
Quarters years ago?
Yeah, it was the land quarters years ago, but see, he can say it, so we all have to say it again. Remember that night? Remember that at the
Before
bottom?
he says it when we don't have it on a docket.
That's the only reason why I'm bringing it up.
Because he's always helping me out with that one.
What kind of violin they do, like the full fashion morning?
Yes, she's coming from Netherlands.
Oh, nice.
She's well known.
Fantastic.
They were very worldly in this. But thank you. I don't have any questions. Good luck to you, though. Good luck.
Anybody else? that case, I'll entertain a motion, Councilman.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Moved by Councilman, and second by Councilman Ruzo, that approval be given to the petition of Zona 7, that's the right one, right? Zona 7, EMT7 LLC for license of violin weekend for a 2-day stand for the liquor license. For alcohol beverages and food at 682 Roosevelt Avenue, indoors, outdoors on 20th of 5 p.m. 10 p.m. and again the following day, first of 5 to 9 p.m. But EPP, 26-41. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carried.
Item
All
number,
set.
Good luck, Bruno.
Item number 17, a petition for license, entertainment, and expansion of premise, 3 days. Petition of Club Social Portuguese for a license to conduct the annual outdoor picnic feast and a 3-day expansion of their Class D liquor license to serve food and alcoholic beverages at 174 Portuguese Social Club Way, parking lot, indoors and outdoors on Friday, August 21st, 2026, from 5 p.m. until 11 p.m. Saturday, August 22nd, 2026, from 1 p.m. until 11 p.m. And Sunday, August 23rd, 2026, from 12 p.m. until 9 p.m. License number EDP 26-34. Motion to take up, approve, motion to approve.
So moved by Councilman, second by Councilman Moran and Councilman Moreno, that approval be given to a petition for license, petition of Club Social Portuguese for a license to conduct an annual outdoor picnic feast and a 3-day expansion of the Class D liquor license for food and alcoholic beverages at 174 Portuguese Social Way, Social Club Way, in the parking lot, indoors and outdoors, on Friday, August 21st, from 5 p.m. to 11 p.m., Saturday, August 22nd, from 1 p.m. until 11 p.m., Sunday, August 23rd, from noon until 9 p.m. License number EBT @26-34. The motion to approve. Is there any discussion?
Yeah,
Councilor?
they've been doing this for years and never had an issue. I think last year they only did it for 1 day because there was a scheduling conflict, but they're back to the 3 days. And they've been doing this, like I said, for my most recent memory, so never an issue.
In that case, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Item number 18, petition for license, entertainment and expansion of premise 2 days. Petition of Dante Club to have soccer event for a 2-day expansion of their Class D liquor license to serve food and alcoholic beverages at 22 Hurley Avenue, parking lot, outdoors on Sunday, June 21st, and Friday, June 26, 2026, from 12 p.m. until 9 p.m. License number EBT 26-40. Motion to take up.
Moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Gregor, that we take a petition for license, petition of Dante Club to have soccer fest event for a 2-day expansion of the Class D liquor license for food and alcoholic beverages at 22 Hurley Avenue in the parking lot, outdoors on Sunday, June 21st, Friday, June 26th, both from noon until 9 p.m. The license will be EBT @6-10. Is there any discussion? Let's see the app. This is the app, yes.
Yeah.
I can need a name of the app order. All right, we're all set. So this is in Council Gregor's district. I'll turn over to him.
Good evening, President.
Good evening.
Can you tell us a little bit about exactly the
It's going to be a get together, friends, family. That's a place in Pawtucket every weekend. People who watch the soccer game from Portugal, Cape Verde is the first opportunity for us to celebrate Cape Verde in the World Cup.
could be outside?
Yeah, that parking lot is a small parking lot outside.
How many people do you expect?
No more than 100 people, probably less than 100.
You're not the only one.
No. I'm been helping to promote activities there. Watch game.
The owner's not here, is he?
No, it's not.
Okay. You said, in the office, every service has to be like cups, can have glass and bottle.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
I just had a question. So it's going to be, you're saying it's a small parking lot there?
Yeah, that's what.
And it fits about 100 people?
Yeah.
Comfortably?
Yeah.
And where is there going to be off parking?
It's going to be outside, inside 100 people.
But what about parking for those?
They have a department.
Okay. Thank you.
Excellent.
And, as far as you know, there hasn't been any issue with this sort of thing, that big of,
It's 40 years old. We've been there for more than 2 years watching the game. Never have no problem there.
what about security?
Just friend of family, we didn't think about that. But if you have to do it.
But,
Well, the police department weighs in making determine whether there must be one or not one. But the board, regardless of whether they say there shall be one, we can also put one on, but I don't know that that's necessary in this context.
yeah, no, I'm sure it'll be fine. I think everybody's excited for the World Cup. You're showing the 2 games, right?
Just the 2 games, yes. The
Spain?
second and third games. Now, the Spain, it's gonna be this first game. I'm not gonna be around. I'm gonna be at Atlanta watching the game there. Okay, but Spain. The second game, yes, is
Uruguay?
Uruguay, and the third game is Saudi Arabia.
You just want to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, yeah.
If they get through Spain.
Now we go to the next. I believe we go to the next level.
You never know.
I believe
That's a tough one to start with.
first game is Spain.
It's in Spain?
No,
First game.
first game.
Spain.
Right, but where is it? You said we're going
It's
to
gonna be Atlanta.
At Gillette?
Atlanta, yeah.
Oh, Atlanta.
But good for you. All right, I don't have any other questions.
I will entertain a motion then.
Motion to,
Motion to approve the petition for the 2 days.
So moved by Councilor Gregor, second by Councilor Ruda, approval be given to petitioner Dante Club to have a soccer event and for a 2-day expansion of their Class B liquor license to serve food and alcoholic beverages at 22 Hurley Avenue in the parking lot on Sunday, June 21st and Friday, June 26th, both from noon until 9 p.m. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Have fun.
Thank you. You are
item
welcome.
number 19, a communication from Jorge Velaz Santa, owner of P&D Bono Bakery, P&D Bono Bakery LLC, 704 Broadway, the Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners, requesting outdoor seating, 2 tables of 30-inch by 30-inch, and 2 chairs per table. Motion to file and take up the communication.
Second. So moved by Councilor Ruda, second by Councilor Moreno, we file a communication from George Velez Santa, owner of Pan D Bono Bakery, Pan D Bono Bakery LLC, 704 Broadway, for license commissioners requesting outdoor seating, 2 tables of 30 by 30 length width, and 2 chairs per table. Motion is to file a communication and take up. Councilor Moran.
Mr. President, I took a look at that and I believe it was approved also. It's not in the way, with the way they have it set up, where the people can still walk by it. So I was going to approve, my motion be approved the request.
There's a 30 by 30 square table, but just 2 chairs per table. Is that because it's on the sidewalk?
Yeah, it's on the side. I'll do a picture of that.
Okay. In that case, the motion is to file and approve.
Yes.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Mr. President, I'd like to take 2021 and 22 together, if that's possible.
Sure.
All right, so before I do that, I would like to amend the agenda to introduce a letter on the docket.
The motion is, the motion by Councilor Lugo, second by Councilor Gregor to amend the agenda for the purpose of introducing the correspondence. Any discussion on amending the agenda? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Motion to read and follow, and introduce a letter from Lieutenant Eric Yuka regarding the police department report on Harmony Camera.
It's been moved by Councilor Lugo, second by Councilor Gregor, that a communication from Lieutenant, what's his name?
Eric Yuka,
I don't have it in my packet.
Eric Yuka,
Um,
EUCKA.
that we file that communication. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Item number 20 is communication from Desiree Wilson, Animal Control Officer, Animal Inspector, Webster, Mass. Police Department, the Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners, Harmony Kennel, Also, a communication from Louis Rosado, the Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners, Harmony Kennel, overnight staffing questions. And last would be, oh, I'll just take those two. A motion to file, read and file, and eventually take up at number 22.
Just for clarification, I did have it, but it came from an email from somebody else. So, the motion is to file two communications, the first from Desiree Wilson, Animal Control Officer, Animal Inspector from Webster, Mass. Police Department, by the Board of License Commissioners regarding Harmony Kennel, and a communication from Louis Rosado, the Board of License Commissioners regarding Harmony Kennel and overnight staffing question. Motion to file both communications. Any discussion? Favor, aye. Opposed, motion carried.
All right, item number 22, the following petition for renewal with postponement of the meetings held on April 8th and May 6th, 2026, and is again taken up. County renewal. Harmony Dog Training LLC, 65 Patterson Avenue, license number KNL-25-2. Motion is to take this license back up.
Moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Gregor, that the following petition for renewal that was postponed at the meeting held April 8th and May 6th is again taken up. Kennel renewal, Harmony Dog Training LLC, 65 Patterson Avenue, license KNL-25-2. This is a motion to take up the delayed renewal. Councilman.
Before I address it, I'd like to amend the agenda to introduce the correspondence, addressed to the constituents. Ms. Witsey, Mrs. and Mr. Souza, and Mr. and Mrs. Reed regarding.
So let's just take it one step back. Motion by Councilor Gregor, second by Councilor Moreno, that we amend the agenda for the purpose of filing the communication. Any discussion on amending the agenda? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried. How you like to file a communication from
myself.
From yourself to
the residents most affected by. This one's gonna be CC to everybody, and I'd like to have it, put on the agenda for the next meeting. And have this man. Concerns about my
So you're gonna move to postpone this to the meeting of June 24th and have that entered and set. Correct. Any discussion, that motion is second by Councilman, any discussion on motion to postpone and to file a communication from the councilor to some of his constituents? Any discussion? That was all in favor of postponing the filing? Opposed, motion carries.
Mr. President, before I take item number 23, I'd like to amend the agenda to introduce two communications.
So moved by Councilor, we're just second by Councilor Ran that we amend the agenda for the purpose of filing two communications. All in favor of amending the agenda?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
I'd like to make a motion to read and file two communications from Kyle Johnson, Director of Zoning, regarding Tiki Auto Sales Annex. Number one was the zoning department inspection report on Tiki's Auto Sales Annex dated June 3rd, 2026, and the follow-up inspection report dated June 9th, 2026. Again, to read and file.
Moved by Councilor Russo, seconded by Councilor Greco, that we file two communications, both from the Director of Zoning and Code Enforcement, Carl Johnson, regarding Tico's Auto Sales at 772 Main Street, two separate reports, first and then a second follow-up. During discussion, filing those communications. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Number 23, the following show cause hearing was postponed at the meeting on May 6th, 2026. It is again taken up. Automobile repair shop and secondhand shop licenses Class A and B, selling used automobiles and parts. Tiki Auto Sales Annex RZG Incorporated, 772 Main Street, license number AUT-24-2068, rather, with the stipulations of 1, no mechanical repairs in front of the building, 2, no debris in the back. 3, all work must be done inside the building, and 4, all vehicles in the front here are for sale only. And that was on since January 23rd, 2023. The motion is to reconvene this show cause hearing.
Moved by Councilor Ludo, second by Councilor Gregor, that following show cause hearing that was postponed at the meeting on May 6th, again, taking up automobile repair shop and second-hand shop licenses class A and B selling used automobile parts. TT's Auto Sales Annex, RZG Inc., 772 Main Street, license number AUT-24-68, there are four stipulations for mechanical repairs in the front of the building, no debris in the back of the building. All work must be done inside the building. All vehicles in the front are for sale only. Those stipulations were in place since January of 2013. The motion is to take up the show cause hearing. Is the license holder here? Sir, if you could come forward. As well as the assistant solicitor and the director of zoning. I'm gonna turn this over to Councilor Gregor and whatever the three of you would like to speak.
Good evening, how are you? Are you the owner of the,
Yes, I'm the owner of TT also.
have you had a chance to look at the, documents that have been submitted here?
No, I haven't looked at documents.
Have you had a chance to speak to the assistant city solicitor?
Today, no.
Your microphone on?
Yes.
It is on. If either the solicitor or the director would like to come up and maybe guide us along here.
Good evening, councilors. Just the reports that I submitted, those from, last Tuesday, excuse me, last Wednesday and yesterday, showed the pictures. I did, introduce myself to Mr. Garcia on both occasions, to confirm that he was in receipt of the subpoena to appear tonight. And then, I walked around the property. Mr. Garcia was very amenable, very walking around and, understood what I was looking for. And, again, told him I would be back yesterday at 10 o'clock, which I was. And I did the follow-up inspection, which I did, memorialize in my report. So I'm just here to answer any questions that, the council may have. Okay, Council Treasurer, after having seen this report and the follow-up, let you have any particular questions or?
Oh, unfortunately, I'm just seeing this now. So, I see the pictures I've written myself and end up seeing some of these conditions. So,
So, no, the guys are looking at those photos. I would be equally concerned as Councilor Ryder is. What about that forward? How quickly can that issue be, issue can it be, just being a backseat sitting on ground. Some of those things are pretty easy.
My customers love to sit in that chair. That's really like the waiting chair. That's in the front when I'm doing their repairs.
I'm not sure Councilor residents who live nearby, agree with that, but.
I do have folding chairs outside as well, but I kid you not, there's like 4 folding chairs and they all go to the cars, the actual car's seat that's there because it's cushioned.
And they're there for what reason?
But it just, yeah,
Waiting for you to appear their car.
yes. They wait on the seat if it's something quick as I'm repairing their vehicle. Oh, you're talking about the one in the back?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm talking about.
Oh.
Big eyesore or all of that stuff. That's what.
Okay.
How
There
quickly
there
that
is
rented?
there is a black chair that I'm referring to right now that is in the front, like on the side waiting area.
I'm
The
talking
one
about
that's in the,
that the director just showed.
That's all the way tucked in the corner that's completely out of eyesight. That one, I have to clean up that whole entire area.
I guess that's the question, right? How quickly can you clean up that tire here? Then I'll turn it back to what,
Right now, there's a box truck that's stuck in the way that needs a transmission. So I'm rebuilding the whole entire transmission. It's completely taken apart right now, the transmission. I'm redoing everything inside it. Once I get the transmission in, I'll be able to take that box truck out of the way, which will then remove the two Camrys that you see in the photos that are directly in front of the box truck. I'll be able to junk those vehicles. I'm probably like a couple weeks out from that transmission rebuild.
So, you know, looking at the pictures, you got a small footprint there, right? Obviously a small building and what have you. Been by it a number of times.
Yes.
I mean, it looks like it's almost like an overcapacity issue. You know, you got a lot of work going on and, the problem is, you know, when you look at the stipulations, you know, no mechanical repairs in the front of the building, but you got several vehicles in front of various states of repair. So I don't know if you have room in the back where that seat was shown with those, that maybe they're not movable, I don't know. But it just seems like, it's just vehicles maybe waiting for work. I could be wrong, but that's my initial reaction, just looking at the pictures and driving by. And, you know, you got a couple of cars right on the side, abutting the sidewalk too, which is, you know, just really not aesthetic. Just seems like it's, I don't know, just a knee-jerk reaction. It looks like it's maybe an overcapacity issue. You got a lot of cars to fix and, you know, just maybe for one reason or another, then they're not getting done in time and then maybe, I'm not sure. But it just seems like it's very, very crowded. That's all. It's very crowded.
I operate more as a mechanic shop than I do as a dealership. I have a lot of Pawtucket customers that I fix their cars, and I do try to get it in and out quickly as possible. But then there's people that just, oh, I'll pick it up tomorrow. I'll pick it up tomorrow. Now they're getting charged storage fees, and the storage fees end up being a couple weeks. So I do try to move as quick as possible when it comes to working on customers' cars.
Understood.
As far as also when you mentioned about the parking on the sidewalk, there was residents that occupied the back 66 Hilton Street, that they are no longer there. They was the ones that really was parking on the sidewalk.
No, the pictures I'm seeing, they're really on the property, but they're just like right on the edge and, they're coming from your shop. I understand. I've seen cars park on the side. This really isn't on the sidewalk, but it's very, very close to the edge. So it's just,
Which photo are you talking about?
Exhibit B. Page 3. I know it's still on the parking lot. It's just very, very close. Yeah, I know.
It's not on the sidewalk.
Scott, do you mind if I have one more question? You said that you do far more of the field work than you do state.
Correct.
You have a sales license, not a field, correct?
I have
Is that right?
I have a license for both.
Sales license comes with the ability to repair, right?
Yeah, but yes. Yes, if you have a vehicle sales, you are required to have an auto repair license.
But the logic there is that you are repairing the vehicles for sales, not repairing the
Correct.
vehicles as a neighborhood repairing.
Correct, but some have both. Some have like a full sales and a full auto repair
But
shop.
we have a cap on repair licenses. We have a repair like sales.
He has both. It's both.
Full. Two separate licenses?
Yes.
The cap on auto repair shop licenses do not include auto sales places because they are required to have an auto repair shop.
I understand
license.
that, the logic behind.
Right.
auto Sales having a repair.
But it doesn't
is
restrict
to
them.
be a repair. To
Of their
repair
cars.
vehicles they are going to prep
But
for
it-
sale.
But it doesn't restrict them to only repairing their own vehicle.
Okay, I was misunderstanding that, I just wanted to point that distinction out, and I heard far more repairs than sales. Counselor,
Are you the only mechanic, like you're the only mechanic there?
No, I have mechanics as well in the shop with me.
Are you guys booking?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, how many mechanics?
2 or 3, including me.
Are you booking appointments or are people just coming and dropping off their cars?
Well, I try to book appointments, but then people just pull up, oh, I need my car fixed, I need this, I need an oil change done. So if I deny them, they're gonna go elsewhere, then I lose customers. So I try to move as quick as possible. That's why when I mentioned earlier, I move as quick as possible.
Yeah.
And if the lot is filled, like as in like the 2 bays, if it's already filled, then I try to make an appointment with them. But I do operate on their appointment basis.
Yeah.
How long have you been in charge? No.
4 years, 4 to 5 years, I would say.
I'm thinking, I remember, I believe last year, you were also here during the same issue, that's right?
Yes, and I believe I got those corrected last year.
Yeah, but I know you got it corrected, it seems like you're not able to maintain that level of what's required for the stipulation.
Okay.
Is that accurate, or I'm just asking?
Try my best to maintain it as best as possible.
Okay, I think. They have been, also usually a good point of perhaps you're taking in more vehicles that you could possibly handle. So, I would say that would be one way you could certainly correct this. I mean, I know you're gonna make a living, but if you can't have a place looking like this. I mean, this meeting was initially scheduled on May 6th, that's 2 days ago. And according to photos that I'm seeing here, not much has improved. Is that an accurate assessment?
No, it's not an accurate assessment. I did improve a lot. If you've seen a month ago.
So it was worse than this?
Yes, and I improved a lot. I spent the whole day leaf blowing the whole entire lot, cleaning up everything. The only area that is a concern that hasn't been corrected yet was the back right corner that is out of view. You literally physically have to walk into the lot and go all the way to the back right just to even see that little area where the pictures are at. As far as parking, I even tell my customers, don't park on the sidewalk. As far as the parking on the sidewalk, that has been corrected. And that was that was done more from the people that were renting out the back. So 66 Hilton Street is what I'm talking about. There was a group of people there that was renting out the back and they kept parking on the sidewalks consistently.
Is that part of the property you were referencing?
That's the reason why we're here. So I'm in court at the property with the landlord right now because I rent both front and back. And he went behind my back and rented out the back to somebody else and locked the doors on me. So the Providence Court told me to come make a complaint for the back only. I did that, and now I'm here for the front and the back. So the people that were in the back, that's why I made the complaint, because I had to get them out, because they were operating illegally there.
So there's nobody in the back now?
No, once they found out there was gonna be court, they left. And now I'm stuck now. The locks were changed and I don't even have access to the back. And now I'm stuck with everything. With the, with their they're doing.
I'd like to hear from the assistant, solicitor.
So what he's referring to is a separate piece of litigation, but it has impacted his ability to access that part of the property, and that is apparently slowly getting remedied. I would also concur and based on my discussions with the director that there has been improvement. There's still some things that need to be worked on, but I think there's been substantial improvement. I did attempt to speak to a lawyer representing him in this other litigation to get a deeper understanding, but I have not had that opportunity yet.
What do you propose?
I would defer to the director, but I think I'm in agreement with the director.
Counselor, what I would do there, because of this pending litigation and it's really affecting his way to run his business. I'd like to keep him under, a 30-day, see what kind of impact he makes with his, continued cleanup of the property. Looking at these stipulations that this license has, a lot of it is coexisting with that back lot, which he has no control over right now. A lot of the cars that has currently in the front would be stored in the back right now if he had control of that back property, and it would look a lot cleaner. I also agree with, Councilor Arujo that right now, I think there's way too much capacity with sales and the repair going on at the same time, and that's another, cause of the condition of the property. So my suggestion would be to, continue 30 days, and I'll do another inspection, we'll walk with them again, and see if we can still make some more progress.
What's the property in the back?
It's
Control the property.
It's, Roberto Garcia Senior.
I remember that.
Yep.
And are they two separate parcels?
Yeah, they are two separate parcels, Council President, but again, you look at some of these stipulations saying no storage of anything in the back. Well, his building line on 772 Main Street is a back property line. So it's impossible for him to store anything on that lot behind the building. That falls into 66 Hilton, which has had previous license.
Senior does not have a license. So
No, the 66 Hilton is there is a pending application, but there's no license.
how don't we follow him into this court?
We have an active case right now. We do have an active case on that property. Unfortunately, again, with the litigation that's going on, but he is in, municipal court right now.
Now, if it's in limbo, but the owner of that parcel
Yes,
that is in, they would agree, questionable, if not deplorable condition.
correct.
Why don't we just have the municipal court judge order that it's cleaned up by the city and build it?
We can absolutely do that. Actually, I believe it is scheduled on the docket for Monday. So I'll do that with the judge.
You can certainly let the judge know for the license.
Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. Bill got back in court, Council President.
Anybody else have anything? Counselor?
So just off as of providing it's cleaned up, are you legally allowed to put cars in there?
Yes, from DMV, they said I could store up to 25 cars in the front.
No, I meant in the back.
I have no access to the back. You changed the locks on me and hasn't given me the code, and I pay the rent. It's. I have no
Yeah,
access.
Council, that's subject to the litigation. Again, that's separate and apart. Once he gets into that, once that gets decided, we'll have a clearer picture on the path forward on that.
One quick question, I know you can't, it's legal, but any guess of when this legal situation will be cleaned up? So this way, whether one way or the other, whatever situation going on with your father and that part of the property?
Can I rephrase it? You mean, any indication of when the court is gonna be finalized?
Yes.
I wish as soon as possible.
Right.
I've been going through this for 2 years now.
Okay.
As soon as possible, I wish.
When is your next hearing on that?
I have to talk to my lawyer about that. I really don't know. He informs me.
Do you think it'd be possible for your attorney to give us some sort of summary, of the items, just so we have a sense where it's at?
Yes, sir. I'll get in contact with him later on tomorrow. It's too late now to contact
Yeah,
him
yeah,
now.
yeah.
And I'll find out.
Yeah, you could have it forward that to the city, was the right thing. No, that.
Okay.
Also in the interim, I suggest that you start taking in more cars than you can.
That's the quickest way. So I understand your point of view. It is also the quickest way to lose customers. You tell a customer, no, I can't take a car, come by in 2 weeks, they're going to another shop. So I try to all right, come by in a couple of days. I do try but then so Pawtucket, how a lot of people in Pawtucket come by, they just pull up, drive right in.
Well, have you impressed upon your customers that you're in a bit of a pick hole and you can't have cars stored over there, so if it's ready, they're gonna come get it?
Oh, yeah, I have. And they still leave it. I have 2 cars that I've been asking for 2 weeks to come pick it up. It's a BMW, if you seen what I'm talking about. And you can see it in the pictures, parked backwards in the first exhibit. In exhibit B, you can see it parked backwards, the 3rd car. And I've been hounding this customer to come pick up his car. Nothing. I'll come pick it up later. Bro, I got core, I got it. You got it. You got it.
Bingo, that's what I was thinking. Can you, do you have?
Or stored somewhere
Did
else.
you
And
have-
then charge, it
Does
is,
he-
at,
yeah.
at that point it is trespass, you have it towed away. They can tow.
You can pick it up.
Yeah, so you would have it towed, pass on if legally, if we can, right? If you can do that,
That's his
that's
deposit.
this department, right? So,
Put that vehicle on your property and notify it 2 or 3 times to come get it back. Have it towed as a private property trespass, so you call a certificated tower. Write down what vehicle you want towed, and they can tow it out of there, and the vehicle owner or last registered owner is responsible for paying that.
And storage.
I'm paying you what?
got a communication
The owner that pick up their car.
legally.
He's already done that a couple times.
No, I know.
No,
but
he
you
does,
need to show proof.
if he considers, he's up in control of that parcel of property. He considers that to now be trespass. He can have a tow over. Sure, so,
There you go.
might not wanna do it with one of your good customers, but if that's the case, I think, no, they're causing you more problems than the benefit that they're bringing you. And I get you know, you don't wanna turn somebody away, but at some point, like the hotel, inn is full, no vacancy. Sorry, I can't help you. Because this can't continue, especially since you've got the other ever evolving problem with the father and the other possible, right? So at some point, something's got to, you can't just keep saying, yes, it'd be your, I'm going to pour to take care of it, you know, so.
Definitely might be something to bring up to you when you talk to your legal counsel, that, you know, you wanna do that, and can you imagine taking 2 cars out of that area? That would be up a little bit of a spot for it, you know, so. But, you know, you do what you want, I think, yeah, but
I get
I would
you.
definitely
Sure,
talk to your legal
I
counsel.
understand, but if you can't get him to come clear his vehicle off your property, there is an animal there.
Have you been paid for the BMW?
Not yet.
Or you should put a mechanic's lane.
I don't even know how to do that,
You're paid.
to be honest with you.
Council, then we're gonna move on.
Yes, I was just gonna say that, like, I have a very good understanding of what you're saying. My family owns an auto repair shop in Pawtucket. So everything you're saying, I think really does happen. I would say in the 30 days that you're cleaning up, maybe like just reimagine what your business model is in terms of making appointments or cars being picked up. I think sometimes my family, when they sign a work order to be worked on, I think they have a cap of like, if you don't pick it up by this point and I own it or something. But there's like certain words. I mean, you could even ask at this point, AI might be able to help you with the legality is. But I'd say in the next 30 days, kind of think about your business model and how it would benefit keeping it cleaner a little bit.
So it's a big one.
Like look up different avenues these days. But I'm pretty sure, I think the brother like has a thing that's like, if you don't pick it up within a certain amount of time, I can sell it.
Well,
There are regulations before the finding, not.
That's why I said you should definitely contact the legal counsel and all that. So
Council
Yeah.
Bennett, what's your choice?
Well, I was asking, I just think you may, instead of having your attorney send him a letter just to kind of, you know, say. Especially, you know, going into anything and just, allow the. But, I mean, you look like you're trying to do things, there is a situation that's, saying either you're, do something, I mean, that, but as long as you do the best you can, put the cars out, you know. Or the Rick Johnson. Check it, you didn't have to, you know, like, go.
What would be, postpone it, or?
We only do.
What's your, like,
I'll go with the recommendation of the solicitor and, Rick Johnson, the guy. who was engaged, you know,
I thank you for your deference, but my suggestion would be, I do think that he's working toward all of this being cleaned up. My suggestion would be to renew the license, but then have some monitoring done. That would be to the extent that this means it doesn't have to be on your docket every couple of meetings. That's what that's. We could always, to the extent that the stipulation is not met, and I've talked about this with the director, he could bring it to our attention and we could come back.
I'll check it once a month.
so are you suggesting to do just that, renew the license? And have bi-weekly monitored by zoning?
Yes, and I think I think the director's in agreement with that.
He's been operating all of us, right? Since the renewal expired, and, right, so we're really talking semantics here, right? Whether we renew it or we don't. Still gonna be operating, still gonna be subject to oversight. So. Does it mean anything to renew it? When he's still already operating, or does it make sense to renew it, but it doesn't really mean? Am I wrong?
I think I understood you, and I think it's option 2 that I would choose. It's semantics, as you said, but it's
Option
still.
two, don't
it's
give it
still-
an option one, right?
Right, it's still gonna be subject to oversight, with the exception that it doesn't have to be put on the.
We don't have to choose a forward date for postponement.
Correct, we will bring it to
Still up-
the attention.
Still up to whatever motion you'd like to make, council, but that's, I think, what he's.
Yes, I'm in agreement, so essentially, we will renew it, you know, with all stipulation remaining put forth the fact, obviously, and, monitoring by the, zoning, yeah, like the zoning and, but would it make sense to come back in 30 days?
How about
2 months?
How about bi-weekly reporting from zoning directly to the district council? So we don't have to keep putting it on our agenda. He can just determine whether he wants to do something on the agenda at some point or not. Does that work?
Yeah, to me and Rick.
What? Just send a letter to you and you'll.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, Kyle is, the director of zoning will deliver a report to you every 2 weeks. It goes to the clerk's office, then the expectation is on the agenda anyway, so we're trying to avoid that.
Trying to keep the agenda lean.
Then if it really bothers something in the letter corresponds to get, you can then give it to the president, ask him to put it on the agenda.
I'd like to have some sort of future date, maybe not so close, but, 2 months. And a half months, something like that effect.
Alright, so we're the first meeting of, that would be the first meeting of August.
That's a nighttime though, right?
That's why I'm suggesting.
That's the progress report.
Yeah, the report, the council.
Alright, so bi-weekly monitoring, and you'll be back here before us again on the first meeting of August, which is a full nighttime meeting. That your motion?
It is, yes.
And Rick, do you have that? The motion is to renew the license. Require bi-weekly monitoring from zoning and code enforcement. And we'll all be here, same back channel on the first meeting of August to see if we can remedy the situation.
So, yeah, all stipulations made in place.
That's the motion articulated, by Counselor, made by Counselor, Gregor, seconded by Counselor Willoughby and Counselor Moreno. Any discussion on that motion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Good luck. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All, see you soon.
So was that the same as 24 or no?
Yes.
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 So we're done with the, all right. So, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn the Pawtucket Board of License Commissioners and reconvene as the Pawtucket City Council.
But Counselor Luzo, seconded by Counselor Koviak, we adjourn Pawtucket Board of License Commission and convene as Pawtucket City Council. Before we do, I ask that everybody rise and join us in the pledge of allegiance, led by Counselor Moran. Pledge of allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
All set? Or-
I am. I wasn't given an opportunity to talk for under the behalf of Harmony Dog Training, so I'm still here waiting.
We continue.
We postponed it.
I understand, but it's costing me money every time I have to come and cancel my evenings. Just tonight alone cost me about $1,500 that I had to refund to clients. So every time you guys do this, you're affecting a small business. And it's not fair. It's constantly harassment at this point. That's my 2 cents, whether you allow me to say it or not. We're in America.
Just did.
We're in America, freedom of speech. Do better. It's not fair for a small minority owned business.
Call the Pawtucket City Council to order, clerk will call the roll.
President Mercer.
Here.
Council Ruzo.
Yeah.
Council Codere. Council Gregor.
Yeah.
Council Moran.
Yeah.
Council Moreno.
Yeah.
Council Rubio. Council Koviak.
We have to help with
Council.
this.
Shut up. Council Wilden.
Yeah.
Item number 1, call for approval of the previous minutes from May 12th, 2026 of the budget workshop session FY 2027. Also, May 20th, 2026 of the Finance Committee, Joint Finance Committee and Committee of the Whole City Council, and May 28th, 2026 of the City Council.
Second. Moved by Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Wildenhain, that approval be given to the minutes of the May 12th budget workshop session for fiscal 27. May 20th meetings of the Finance Committee, the Joint Finance Committee and Committee of the Whole, as well as the City Council. And the May 28th City Council meeting, all but created by the clerk. Any discussions, amendments, deletions, additions? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
I call for approval of item number 2, which is the consent agenda and correspondence.
By Councilor Ruzo, second by Councilor Moreno, that we give approval to the consent agenda, item 2, consent agenda and correspondence. Are there any items the members would like to take up? I thought on my left, Councilor Wildenhain.
Aye. I also have comments, not so many comments, but for D, but I'll hold them till body.
I was gonna say.
How do I?
Aye.
I'll be waiting on you too.
I was waiting on. Anything else? Same. Hold for that.
It'll be open though.
So with the exception of D and I, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Item D. I might as well start with this. It's communication from me, role as council president to the Speaker of the House, and the battery leader. Varian, offering support for House Bill 8204. Which is the financing agreement or path forward to potentially rebuild Slater Middle School. I sent it, drafted a letter and sent it by email to both the speaker and the leader. I drafted originally to be part of the package that the mayor was sending up, the school committee chair was sending up, and my letter as well, but I wanted to get it to him in, quickly as possible. And the body of the email, I think was important, because the reason I was reaching out to the mayor, school chair, reaching out, because the measure had advanced in the Senate, Senate resolution, and it had not advanced out of committee in the House. Senator Coleman's bill in the Senate, that made its way through. I think it seemed logical that Representative Messier's version of the bill would make it to the chamber on the House side, and it was kind of stalled. So my email was saying to see what through like that responsible, and then the body of the letter itself pretty much said the reasons for my support, and I included attached in that letter our unanimous resolution that we approved. I think it was in January, February, for that, essentially what I call the upfront bonding ability, and it was supposed to be on the Senate, it was supposed to be on the Senate floor last night. I didn't see the confirmation that had it passed the floor, but it seems like the General Assembly total is going to be adjourning late night Friday. I don't know that the letter or folks have a whole lot of legs at the moment. So, I'll go in order, Council Wooding, on that letter.
Well, that letter was, basically, I want to thank you for your efforts. Once again, it just goes to be another instance of this body trying to do the best that we can with what we have to promote the welfare of the school department. And President Mercer well knows that he and I both spoke to the governor at certain points to try to increase funding from the state level, which did happen, by the way. And yet we constantly get fed the narrative that we do not do enough. I get easily offended when it comes to this conversation because we've increased taxes on our residents 2 years in a row now. Last year over the cap, but constantly being told we have to keep providing more and more funding. And I just want to thank the president for taking the effort to do something outside of the box. And instead of us having to put the money up front and then get reimbursed and wait 30 years to get reimbursed, we're gonna get the money up front and then do the project and try to make it a better situation for those people in that area.
Yeah, but it's really to echo what Councilwoman has said. To thank you for sending that correspondence. Even though it might not have legs now, maybe something will change, and I'm glad that as a body that, you know, Slater is on top of our mind as well.
Council Becker, you want the right?
I like the whole thing with on the fall. We both know that again brought up last time. No, but the part of the project. Especially school. I think was similar. Mentally, imagine, so you still get plenty of property to look at, a lot less than $22,000. So there's an estimate, not like demolition, because it's much of a whole new school, price keeps going up. So, that is bonded. Fine. That's why. And that's the fall. Well, we- That is. Right.
Follow the line, Councilman. The idea was people home, didn't have to be here down, but. Or is expensive. Bond says not to exceed, right? So it was not a guarantee that we were going to tear down, build and it might very well be what the suggestion, which I think it's done some very good bones too, structure, but in order to bring it to the, it hasn't written down, but I appreciate you voting for what you just said, but voting nonetheless, for the resolution first, but if it doesn't happen this year, getting it done next year is still a few years ahead of where we'd be. So maybe we talk to bond council, draft that language and either fully commit to just a remodel or fully commit to or the point is well taken, it's just a draft of that plan, not down.
Just like, and in the interim, to my concern that I know this thing, you know, get to the. Next. Not.
That's affected by school. Yeah, Eric, that's the opposite. Councilor Russo.
Yeah, I mean, I want to echo what everyone was saying, Council President, thank you for taking the initiative. I mean, there's a lot of narrative out there, especially when it comes to budget time, that the council, it's not really in tune with what the schools need, and $606 million since 2017 for approval to go out to voters, you know, shows that we are definitely, focused on these school buildings, and there's no way that we would be able to do a rebuild and wait for a CO to afford that bond. Every $1 million you bond out, I've been saying it for a long time, is $50,000 in taxes a year for 20 years without, that's only principal, without any interest. And to Councilor Gregor's point, if it's just fixed, it would be a lot less money. I believe it was 13.2 or 13.9 million to fix part of Burns. I'm not sure what the size school is comparison. I don't know the square footage. But now that was what, 12 years ago? So to 14, yeah, about 12 years ago roughly. So that number will be high too, but it wouldn't be as high as rebuilding. So either way, we need that help to be able to afford to do something with that school completely, you know, bolt to bolt, window to window, roof to cellar, everything included. We've done a heck of a job in this town with the school buildings, but there are still ones that need it, including Slater. So this initiative by the president, I appreciate it, and it's not, you know, a lot of the narrative doesn't show that, but this resolution and this letter that you sent out does. So thank you for your leadership in this.
We are on to item I. With the communication from Adam Oliveri, the former controller for the Pawtucket School Department, to the mayor and the members of the city council regarding what he lists as Pawtucket School District issues. I'll kind of set the stage here. When I received this correspondence by email, it's now listed as item I, but I called Mr. Oliveri to verify, first off, a friend from him and asked him his intent in sending it to us. He confirmed it was him. He first apologized that it was kind of a stream of consciousness of a document with all of the concerns that he laid out for the school committee before. He said it was, he just wanted to get everything down, and it was what he saw as a substance over form document, but he insisted that it was eminently factual. So I asked him why he sent it to us, and he said, I brought these very same concerns to the Pawtucket School Committee a number of months ago, back when Mr. Reyes was the chair, and it fell completely on deaf ears. No one even acknowledged it. But he sent it to us because he hoped the council would actually, quote, do our job, is what he said, and do what's right, and look into the matters that he felt were very serious. He also said that the references were a bit dated because he used some of the stuff that he talked about to the school committee, and that it's not quite as up to date as he wished. He said he now, in hindsight, believes that Mr. Buck, who was referenced throughout it, he acknowledged that Mr. Buck at the time had never even been an assistant superintendent to that point, and that he was just following orders that he was given on a daily basis. And he said he had to follow orders or else. I don't know what or else is, but that's what he said. After reading the document and talking to him, I consulted the city solicitor about putting it on the docket because I had some concerns. Also, Lillian mentioned a couple meetings ago about the correspondence and suggested that maybe it's a disgruntled employee. And that the contents of his letter and the act of me putting it on the agenda might be misconstrued. Mr. Oliveri insisted he's not a disgruntled employee, but he views himself as a whistleblower. I was also concerned about putting on, because it directly references actions that have led to, that are at the heart of an ongoing multi-million-dollar legal dispute involving the city as a whole. So, you know, I honestly thought I was equally concerned about the allegations themselves. The allegations are intentional, and I can't stress this enough, the intentional and mapped out misuse of office that may have landed the city in a legal quagmire, a fiscal quagmire, and an operational quagmire. And I was concerned about leaving that unaddressed. It's been brought to the school committee's attention, they ignored it. When I talked to Solicitor Milos, I asked about the propriety of putting it on the agenda. And he advised me that yes, it certainly was a proper and even prudent to do so that we're not neglecting or disregarding. I also asked if the significance of the allegations necessitated a deeper look by the council. We even talked about the necessity of undertaking what the city charter calls a council managed inquiry. That's a rarely used charter provision that authorizes the council to conduct what I would call kind of a mini congressional hearing, wherein the council has full powers to investigate matters affecting the city, with powers to subpoena witnesses and evidence, and to seek contempt of council or contempt of court charges if necessary. So I just wanted to frame why this is on the agenda and offer a pathway that we might either choose to or be forced to consider. So I'll leave it there for the moment. So everybody, you can't speak. Gus.
Yeah, this isn't, again, as you just pointed out, it was based on Mr. Reyes's comments from a couple of council meetings ago, and then this came to us, and after reading it And I've been here 16 years. We get all kinds of correspondence. We have to evaluate them, determine whether or not they have merit, whether or not it's worth continuing on to deal with, or it's just something that, okay, we got it, we read it, we filed it, and we moved on to it. But this just kind of enforces the disingenuous concept that we've had from the school committee chair when we tried to work things out. I've kind of separated myself from this, but some of the things that have happened from the time that we met with them to try to bring proposals to benefit the school department, benefit the taxpayers, and then to be just basically ignored and then told, do what you gotta do. And the concept from that avenue, or his point of view was, and he still, even after not being chairman anymore, still just kept the rhetoric up of ask your friends on the council just to give us more money. Just keep feeding the beast. And did it the other day, the other week when he was here. His comments are disingenuous and they're dishonest. And this kind of confirms that. And for an individual that wants to promote himself as an elected official in the city of Pawtucket with 2 years, and he doesn't care what the tax rate is. He lives in an apartment, just hoping his rent, his landlord doesn't increase his rent. But I think the basic crux of my contempt for this is the dishonesty that he constantly does. It's still beyond me that instead of looking to do the job the best way that you possibly can, just like we all do when we get elected to these positions, you get online and spout your own rhetoric. Continues to do it to this day. And it doesn't serve any purpose. Focus, like I said at the last meeting, focus on doing your job. But he continues the stupidity of questioning stuff and moving up, and then leaves the meeting. Continues the meeting puts out his rhetoric for half an hour and then says, I gotta go, I got a headache. I don't understand this. This isn't somebody that wants to serve the city, somebody that wants to serve the children. This is somebody that wants to serve himself. And that's been the makeup all along. And I find it dishonorable. Like I said before, disingenuous. And when we met to try to turn around and negotiate a proposal, the first thing out of his mouth was, I won't be able to get reelected. Second thing out of his mouth was, I'm running for council. He clearly doesn't have an idea of what he's supposed to be doing with his job. Investigate what a school committee member function is. They made it a point, and I want to give Councilor Stacoviak credit. They asked her to sit on a school search committee for a superintendent. She did that. And the last committee totally ignored the recommendation of the committee. This guy turns around and says, we don't need a committee. We're gonna put this guy in. So everything that just continues to get done from that aspect does not, it doesn't have the flavor of people wanting to work together to accomplish things. The amount of money that they waste over there is ridiculous when we get told, hey, listen, we're telling every department to cut 10%. And then we gotta hear from them, oh, they're gonna eliminate 100 teachers and it's all your fault. That's bull. I'm only happy, and he made a reference, that each year he's gotten more money for the school department. Well, he didn't get maintenance of effort last year, and he's only getting half of it this year. And I'm glad this council took that in place so that when it comes time for us to do the budget again, and another point of view is that they asked for more money from the state. They got another 2.1 million this year. I think they got another 2 million from last year, which would make it a total in 2 years of $4 million more that they got for the state. President Mercer has had this discussion in the past. Everything that they've asked for and that they're required to get, they have gotten, but yet will still continue to put out a false narrative. It sickens me to have to listen to this bull. Because it's not how we, as elected officials, should be operating. We should be honest and upfront. Instead, we hide under different guises of, I'm the first man of color, I'm this, or it's all disingenuous. And it offends me to the people that were there before him. And that hopefully that the people that came after him will do a better job. And that's all I can see as an elected official.
My thoughts are running. I will, also add, you are right, I was on this superintendent, search committee, and I'm still salty about that. And then I was also on the redistricting committee. And that ran just as weirdly, and my comment to the chair at that point was, I don't even know why I'm spending my time here when I know that it's not gonna actually matter at the end. So I just wanted to give that as a reference. I did call council president this week, because I'm starting to grow uncomfortable with the back and forth between us and the school committee. So I'm hoping that this communication is actually I'm hoping that it'll be one of the last things that we have to deal with in terms of the school committee for a while, now that budget's over and et cetera, et cetera. The back and forth is really wearing me down. It does no good for our city, does no good for our kids. Messages online, videos online, then everything from this chamber to their room, it's just all really wearing me down emotionally. So I really hope this is the last piece for a while. I would like for this to be off our plate. I know we should probably do something with it. It is serious allegations. Again, it's allegations. I think we should do something with it. I do not think it should be on the council to do something. I think the school committee needs to do something about this. It is against them. That is just where I stand. And again, I really hope this will be the last time we have to comment on the school committee for a very long time.
Council Brady, did you weigh in on this one?
No,
I don't have it written down, but
only not every. Pretty long.
Council Brady, yes.
Yes. Like. So I believe this. Sort of. Mostly not a. Priority. The application that. Original information. May have been shaped throughout the. Political objective. The phrase, spend it all, stood out to me. That is not how public institutions should operate. Elected officials have a responsibility to present accurate information and responsibly manage taxpayer funds, especially in a school district of this size and and if these allegations are true, they suggest something even more troubling and intentional abdication of the responsibility we all swear an oath to uphold, to work on behalf of our residents, not to work on behalf of our residents, not perfect. And sorry, residents, and to not knowingly mislead the public for political. And I also think it's worth knowing that even during our recent budget workshops, the school districts, current financial leadership did not appear to describe the kind of catastrophic deficit that
the public conversation that's suggested for quite some times. I think it's easy to come to meetings to it's up meetings and to host trips to social media and to repeat the same talking points over and over and then hope they become accepted as truth. I think the harder thing is to lead, and that requires honesty, that requires professionalism, restraint, and credibility. And I just have to add that as a former school committee member, it's quite disheartening to see the institution become increasingly defined by conflict and rhetoric instead of professionalism and stability. And I look forward to seeing these allegations treated seriously and examined carefully. Thank you. Thank you, Councilor. Councilor.
I just want to state that I feel extremely uncomfortable that these allegations are on the agenda. And that I'm wondering what comes from this, like what comes next? Is it legal involved? Is it that they take this, because it just, I don't feel like this is a council.
That's what yeah.
Well,
I don't know,
it's not
right?
addressed by the body that should address it, and it's dropped in our lap with a request that please do what's right.
But
That's why I spoke to the solicitor. Seriously, my question was, is it our obligation to utilize charter provision for a council managed inquiry? The suggestions of intentionally misleading 70,000 people on financial matters, intentionally engaging us in a lawsuit by intentionally and willfully going after a sitting superintendent.
Protect yourself. Protect yourself.
Allegations, is what I said.
Yeah, right.
Allegation of that. I'll fill you in a little bit more later when I speak, but I agree. I wish it wasn't dumped in our lap. That's why I called Mr. Oliveri. I said, why did you say?
Even that kind of back and forth makes me uncomfortable because I don't know where he's coming from. I don't know the intent that he might have had in reality for these allegations, and
I get it, and that's why I asked legal. That's why it's here. That's why I opened with, how we got here and why we're here. But for this body to disregard everything this gentleman has said as whatever, disregard it for that matter. I didn't think we could just put it on here so we would have a discussion to determine what we should do, whether we should literally launch a council meeting. I don't want to do that, but I don't know if we have any alternative. If we've got notification that perhaps somebody has been misusing their office, overstepping their authority, and disregarding their oath of office. I don't know that it's not our absolute fiduciary responsibility to get to the bottom of it. I don't know what the answer is. I don't know, but I do know that these allegations should not be dismissed just as they were at the school. And they were dismissed then because the chair was the person he was complaining. And nothing happened from there. There's more to it, but I get your unease.
is there a protocol through the Pawtucket school department or the school committee for these type of allegations towards one of their own on the committee.
Probably give it a protocol, but they were brought to them. I don't disagree. I mean, maybe.
Well, he was chair then. Alleged, right?
Correct.
Allegedly through that, he was chair then.
Right.
During
If
these
they
allegations.
take care of this, I'd be happy. If the allegations were unfounded, I'd be happy. But if they're not going to do it, it very well could be our responsibility, our undeniable responsibility to at least tip over a couple of rocks, see what's what. Because if 70,000 people have been gaslighted on all sorts of things, including dismissal of a superintendent, maybe 2 months left on record. The assuming or usurping the superintendent's day-to-day responsibilities, which is in direct defiance of Title 16. If intentionally spending $300,000 or $400,000 to get an outside West Coast outfit firm to come in and give you the narrative you want of $7 to $10 million deficit, but it might not really be that. If you read the whole thing, Mr. Oliveri said, pay a consultant, you get what you pay for, get what you want, what they want is on hand. Right, those are the words, it's on hand. He suggests that it was hire more people, spend it all. Does that sound like a responsible elected official? I don't know if it's true, but I'm not willing to say as a stupid idiot, go away, I'm not listening. And to be honest with you, they know the truth of the matter. They lived it for 18 years. So I don't know where to go. I really don't. That's why I opened it the way I did. I want to be one of the 9 members that launches councilman angry. I don't want to, but if it's necessary, I will vote for it. So I don't know what the answer is. Council, you go on the school committee, maybe you can weigh in here.
I don't want to jump in. Sure.
And I didn't mean to interrupt you,
No,
but it seemed like it was more of a question than an answer.
Yeah, no, I think it's more of a fashion for this thing start to.
So I hear what, Council Storiak and Rubio say about, this. There was a time that the communication was really good between the committee and the council. This gentleman over here was president of the council. I was chair. We had an issue. What did I do? I called the president of the council because we were going to need to talk to the council to take care and rectify the issue. First time he's ever heard of that. Why? I don't know why it took till 2013 for that to happen. It's not about me. It's not about former president. What it's about is about doing the work of the people. Okay. So we have been, to Councilor Marino's point, the CFO wasn't sure where they were, the new one, right? Correct, that you were talking about, where they were financially, but yet, the statements here that they were prevented to give financial information, that's alleged. We don't know, but that's what this gentleman is saying. They were saying that there was $7.9 million in surplus, and then it was in 24, and then 4.5. They didn't even have their audits done some of these years. We weren't sure where they were. We have to make decisions. The mayor's administration will come to us at budget time. This is what we need. And part of Title 16, the school department of our budget, 16-2-9. And when they adopt that budget, whether it's adopted by, if they have a deficit surplus, then this is what they need. There is accusations that, these numbers were not presented because they wanted to show a deficit. I don't know if that's true, but that's what this gentleman's saying. We make these decisions on our budget based on what should be factual numbers. Those communications, the olive branches. No narrative, no deception. Not saying there was, but that's what it's being accused of, okay? And look, we don't know what those numbers were. We were hearing all different sorts of things the last couple of years. How are we gonna make the right decisions for the taxpayers, for the school district, without having the correct information? If it's found that it was misleading, it was, what's the, I can't pronounce it, malfinance, if there was a little malfinance there, you know, that's a problem. It's an accusation at this point. That's a problem, you know, and as a former school committee chair, my word, no way, you gotta be out, you gotta be upfront. And you have to be very forthcoming of where you stand with status. Because you work together. And this screams that, you know, if any of these accusations are correct, I'm talking just about the financial piece. If any of these accusations are true, we got a problem. So where do we go? You asked, do we do a councilmanic inquiry? We could do that. But maybe we could send a letter to the school committee chair. Ask them to ask their legal counsel, and I believe she can do this, to look into this. Give them the opportunity, instead of us being the overriding authority during this councilmanic inquiry, let them decide it. I believe, we'd have to look at legal counsel, but I believe she as the chair, Chair Bonolo, would be able to ask legal counsel to look into this. And if they don't, then we revisit the councilmanic inquiry. We can't just let this ride. This might be accurate, it might not. How are we gonna know? Somebody has to look into this. Because these are the finances we're dealing with. I mean, 7.9 million to, no, we got a really bad big deficit, 10 million or whatever they were saying. And we haven't been presented what it really is at this point. And we need to know their financial position in order to be partners in what we're trying to do is running this city. And that's what we are. We are partners. We should be partners. We should be working together. So if it was me, I would contact the chair of the committee and see if, you know, she'd be willing to talk to their legal counsel and see if they can look into these allegations. Let them clean their house. And if they can't, then maybe we can. But I'd rather give them the opportunity first. Because I think they can do that.
Yeah, I'll be brief. I didn't put my name in to do this, but, I agree with all the comments that have been made. Certainly the Marlena, Council Rubio too as well. I'm a little uncomfortable with the whole situation. I mean, being on the council all those years that I've been on, I don't think we've ever done that. And Rick, maybe, I don't think we've ever done a councilmanic inquiry. I know it's in the charter, but, I'm curious to see if we would ever do something like that, what's the framework on that? Like, who do you utilize to do this inquiry? And, you know, is it depositions? Do you get lawyers involved? And then all of a sudden you're opening yourself up for like a lawsuit coming from the school end too. So then it's just costs us more in the long run, even though we're trying to find answers. I do think it's important enough to do an inquiry of some sort. And I also agree 100% with Council Rujo. And I think it ties in with what Councilor Scoviac and Council Rubio said as well, that I really think, I don't know if it's a council issue per se. I know we could maybe do the inquiry, but before we do that, I mean, again, they have to take care of their own house. They have to make sure their own house is in order. Sounds like it hasn't been for the last 2 or 3 years or so. But again, these are allegations, but I think you have to at least give due respect to the school committee and the school committee Chairwoman Bonolo, and have her look into this and see if they'll do anything. And it may go absolutely nowhere. I'm not saying that. Maybe she will do something and look into this, and maybe we can get something out of it. I have my doubts on that, but I think, you know, we should go step by step. I think the first step, I think we should go to them first, have them see if they'll do it. Maybe we give it a time frame, and then we come back and revisit the councilmanic inquiry. So, but I think something has to be done, though. You can't let this ride. This is too important. This is finances. This affects the taxpayers. And again, if they can't keep their house in order, then someone has to look into this and so that it doesn't happen again. So anyway, that's my opinion.
Council. Yeah, I agree with, Councilman Moran and Council President regarding that something needs to be done, because I mean, I just looked at this here and even like read the anxiety that, but I can see that the stuff that's been on the news, and I think to do nothing would be, anything from parents and propriety or cover up with some sort of thing that, so big life, like the police people, it's a make the way would be necessary. Giving the school committee an opportunity to do some sort of inquiry, is a good idea, or that something the council has an obligation, to do something as well, to the school. I mean, does something, I'm not sure, I'm new here, but I've seen that, since I've been here for 4 years. Three superintendents. Everyone being, leaving, retired, or whatever it is, and, and then you get the whole call thing, the part, chief financial officer, and everything else on constant, these are issues that don't look good. The team has a big budget and they're paying for things, and there's any, it's at least confirm what's what and what's not, and done a big council inquiry, whatever that is, I don't know what it is, I have to look into it, I don't know how you can go about it, but hopefully, but I think we should revisit this. I can, see what, if anything you can do. I think just to leave it dormant is not a good idea.
Thank you everybody for their comments and their investment in this. It's a difficult situation. I think what's got us on the path of potentially an inquiry is the intentionality. People can be not good at a job. People can be not good at. There's a difference between not being good and intentionally being bad. There's I wasn't surprised when I read it. Because it's what I've seen, what we've all seen the last 18 months. But to hear from somebody from within that, what you're seeing from afar is exactly what's happening behind the scenes. And worse yet, again, if it was unintentional, whole different story. Mistakes happen. You're not aware of things. But it's entirely different to march down the pre-planned path. I won't go too deep into it, but that's exactly what happened with Superintendent Royal. Said as much to me in front of 3 other people on election night, that he was going to be the chair 6 weeks before they were going to have an inauguration. He was going to be the chair, and he made it very clear that he did not want Superintendent Royal around. So I'll leave it at that. Anybody who wants to question me on that, I'm happy to fill you in. Also, one of the reasons I didn't want to put it on the agenda in the first place, because it has implications for the city as a whole. In a pending lawsuit that not of our creation. Somebody else walked me down a pre-planned path. And it's just so incredibly frustrating. The suggestion about Mr. McGee, I don't know of any intentional pursuit to get rid of him, but I do know that the chair at the time expressed considerable frustration. The, you know, I can't get past. Yeah, after allegations, nobody's looked at, I can't get past a financial department or saying that this wasn't intentional. This was a narrative, saw the narrative from day one. Not one of them, not one of them, not one of them. Probably not having any idea what he thought, but he was gonna chase that narrative, he was gonna frame that narrative, he was going to get what he wanted. To hear him say that these are a quote from here, whether it's a quote from the chair or not, hire more people, spend it all. You imagine any elected official responsible for a budget, they spend it all to further a narrative that we're not getting enough. Can you imagine that? Not saying it's true, it is the allegation, but somebody's got to look and see if it's true. Somebody's got to see if there was an email, if there was a discussion, interview someone, and say, what were you told? Interview A&M. Ask them, what were you brought in at $300,000, $400,000 to do? Originally, they were brought in to help with the books because they couldn't close their audit. Then suddenly, they were brought in to craft the budget for 2027 at $300,000 that they said they didn't have. And, you know, Valerie said, to hire a consultant, want them to give you what you want, they give you what you want. And he said, what they wanted was to create a panic. I'm just gonna go over this bit from the November school committee. They hired A&M. A&M comes up with a, I don't know, $8, $9, $10 million deficit. Sky is full, right? So at that meeting, they came up and they said, $6, $8, $10 million deficit. And chair said basically, and this was such an orchestrated thing. They even had a channel 12 report, right? When was the last time a channel 12 reporter showed up to a pleasant presentation at a school? Right? So he says $6, $8, $10 million deficit. Oh, the chair, whoa, what are you talking about? Wait, what does that mean? Right? But not the channel 12 report. I was in the auditorium, in the next media. Immediately, he said, well, what will that mean for layoffs? Oh, about 100 layoffs at least. Another nod to the channel 12. Teachers, another nod to the reporter, who then scurried out to the hallways doing an interview about potential teacher layoffs. That not orchestrated, that not intentional. Well, I'm coming up with a potentially, best term I'll use, slanted presentation. What somebody or some bodies wanted to be presented, and leading to the panic that they talked about. Channel 12 report. Into panic. See? $7, $8, $10 million deficit. We asked the current CFO at the budget workshop if there was a $7 million deficit. Didn't want to give us a hard answer, but she suggested it certainly is not a $7 million deficit. But she hadn't closed the books, she hadn't figured out, and I didn't want to put her on the spot because it wasn't a problem. But again, it's the intentionality that looked at. It's not the end result. The end result is there's a deficit, the end result is there's a surplus. But the intentionality of misleading 70,000 people, what? Why it's in our lap. Esther allegations. Like the regimes. I'd be happy to send a letter to Council Pia Bonolo asking for authorize their legal counsel, it's not our city solicitor, it's not us, we're not doing anything. Ask him to look into what transpired at the investigation relative to superintendent. What transpired in usurping first interim, first acting superintendent Buckton, interim superintendent Buckton, and now permanent superintendent Buckton, usurping his authority and directing him to do things that he wanted done financially, from a personnel standpoint, which is entirely outside of school committee member or school committee chair's authority. They hire the superintendent runs the schools. So ask their legal counsel to look at emails, to look at text messages, to interview whomever might have spoken to whomever. And say, how did all of this shape out? Was there some impermissible malfeasance? That's the word. Intentional malfeasance. That's what we're talking. And if it isn't, I'd be happy with it. But we owe it to 70,000 people to find out. It was, I literally, that's why I printed out all of the subsections of council management. Why I spoke to the solicitor about it. Didn't think of, let's ask them one more time. Look at it. So it's genius, Mike. I mentioned earlier, I mentioned a legal quandary. That's about a racial-based unlawful dismissal was, right? A financial quandary through intentional mishandling of taxpayer dollars, misinformation to the taxpayers. And an operational quandary by interfering with day-to-day operations. The superintendent is hired to be superintendent. All we heard was he was the greatest thing since sliced bread. I actually believe he's gonna be an excellent superintendent. We gotta make him a permanent before somebody sweeps in and takes him up. But all the while, he's being handcuffed. And not being able to do what he thinks is right as an educational expert. So I would be happy to support a letter to Chair Benola asking her to exercise her authority as chair to instruct, authorize the legal counsel to the school. I'm not even sure if they're including counsel, school committee or school department or both, I don't really know. But to ask their legal counsel, ask their legal counsel to look into these allegations.
And, you know, the huge financial impacts on it, you know, that's the main thing.
And deliver an unbiased report on whether there were missteps, whether they were intentional or perceived to be intentional. And whether any of them were criminal, perfectly honest. Or an agitation on the oath of office, so. If that's your suggestion, Mike, I would support that.
Right, yeah, so the motion to send to Chair Bonolo, a letter asking her to instruct, which I believe she should do this, the legal counsel, to look into the allegations that's presented to us by Mr. Oliveri. Look into it, and let them do their own inquiry. So this way, basically, for them to take care of their own house. If this isn't part of the letter, but if it isn't done, then maybe that's the point where we have to look into it, but I'd rather have them have the opportunity to take a look at that.
Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second that.
Motion is made by Councilor Russo, second by Councilor Moreno and Moran. And we send a letter to chair of the school committee asking for her to authorize their legal counsel to look into these allegations of
Decent.
malfeasance or abuse of office. And to report back to them as quickly as he or she sees is able to do. On their timeline, not ours.
Exactly, yeah, whatever it takes, whatever they're planning.
That's, oh, yeah. Thorough, and, you know, again, as Mike said, not left unsaid, but if she chooses not to, then we've got a decision.
Well, I was just gonna add really quick, I mean, hopefully we can get a response from Jeb and Olo as to whether she agrees that she's gonna do it or not, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want all of a sudden 6 months to go by and they don't do a thing, and then all of a sudden they say, "Oh, we're not gonna do it," like, you should respond, I would think sooner than later, to say that you agree that you wanna do it, then you can always check the legal, what they need to do. So it'd be nice to get the initial response that they're actually going to do it, or they agree to do it, but we'll see.
I could also, sorry, I would also like to see if the administration is more at, kind of like if this is more on their realm to put an inquiry, since they're presenting to the administration, and they're kind of like budgeted based
Yeah,
off
but
of.
it's not, it is our purview to investigate things that affect the city, not the administration. That's why it's a council management. So there is no way to dump this on the mayor. This is dumped in our lap. We've got to either deal with it or not. But those are the only choices.
Well, it wasn't a matter of dumping it on the mayor, it was a matter of they're also in the capacity of wanting to get that information. So I was looking to see if there's other ways of extracting that information.
I think if they're not going to have their attorney look into it, or they're not going to cooperate with their attorney's inquiry or investigation, it's certainly not answering, hey, can you tell us what's going on over there, administration? And that also is the separation of power. We have a legislative branch responsible for it. Now, the White House doesn't do inquiry. Congress doesn't. Right?
So does their own legal advisor, are they able to draw up an unbiased opinion on their own committee members?
Well, I'm hoping so. I mean, you know.
I'm just wondering how that.
I wrote down,
That
like had mentioned, you know, no deception, and, you know, the next word after that, the next statement after that, was, you know, they didn't know, they didn't have their books closed, they didn't know, you know, we didn't know what they had, they didn't know what they had. But I wrote down, but we trusted, and we trusted that they were gonna give us some numbers eventually, we were gonna get their house in order, and now we're finding that they not only get it in order, they intentionally disrupted, right? So I wish I had a better answer for you, but I'm telling you, if they don't do this, only people on this planet out of 9 of us who will be able to do it. And if they're okay not turning over a couple rocks, not asking their own in-house counsel to see if there might be something amiss, that also, you know, speaks volumes. So I don't sound frustrated, because I am. It's, I can't imagine we would do this. Well, I don't know any other municipality where it's alleged that an elected official has gone out of their way to chase an agenda at the expense of their city. I don't understand. It's not just the financial, it's the personnel issues, it's all the rest. I thought it was, you know, inability. I thought it was immaturity. I'm not sure it's not imbalance. I just don't know what else to do. So I would support that. Take a roll call vote.
I was just gonna really quick, it behooves them, I think, to see if there's any impropriety. You know, that's the thing. I mean, was there something intentionally done? Was it improper? And again, if it comes out clean, that's great. You know what I mean? If everything was, above board, that's fantastic, but I think not just this council, but the taxpayers need to know the truth as well, so.
Real quick, Edwin, and if, at the same time, if I was a committee member, I would wanna know, because if it was you as a leader was being deceptive for us, I'd be pretty upset. So I think it behooves them to, the members to know, right? And that's on them, let them clean it up, hopefully they will. Sorry.
Yeah, I agree that, you know, again, something does need to be done, and Council President suggested, it's like, it's our duty and obligation. Do that, I don't, if I would like to have this thing revisited, you know, maybe line and all this or something. Anything that's happening, but a lot of the issues of the school department, for them each year, present trying to, former chairman Brady to write up, so maybe it's things beyond that as well, but I don't.
Council Wilbraham.
Councilor Rujo just brought up a point that I really think I want to expand upon just for a minute, just take a minute. The proposals that when we met with them as council leadership to turn around and try to do the best that we could for the taxpayer and the school department. As you just pointed out, they did not take it back to them and to their leadership. Their leadership, we talked with our leadership, with their leadership, and they did not even take it back to their committee. It's been well documented, the disrespect that he has for his own committee. But the point that you just made, can you imagine President Mercer meeting with somebody and saying, okay, and then making a decision, oh, I don't have to include the rest of the committee. I think we've always operated on a basis of transparency, trying to keep each other informed. To the point when we make decisions, we try to make the best decisions. And for somebody to turn around and say, hey, I don't have to include them, it's my decision, I'm going to do that, you know. I think that's the role of good leadership, people that want to, and I've asked for it when we do our workshops and stuff, we want to collaborate, they had no intentions of doing it. So they just wanted to promote the false narrative. And that is more offensive, as Council President points out, that false narrative falls on 70,000 people. This doesn't fall on the 9 of us, it falls on 70,000 people. And I just don't think it's fair to them.
I just think one last thing, you know, I frankly were thinking it was inexperienced, because when he came up to 4 of us on election night, declared he was going to be the chair 6 or 7 weeks later. He was immediately told by two people in this room that it was a terrible idea, that he had not attended, never mind participating in one single meeting.
I'm sorry, President.
Not one single meeting. So to your point about not going back to it, it was giddiness that he was going to be the chair. And he had what he thought was a path that he was going to go down no matter what happened. So, you know, the other 6 that handed him the chair without a minute's experience should have known what to do. But fortunately, everybody kind of did show its true self as that year chair went on. And you know, they had to live it. So they should know whether or not there's smoke, there's fire or not. So I will, Rick, it would be best if Frank were to draft the letter to the chair. Anybody agree with that? Okay. In that case, then, the motion is as articulated, seconded by Council Moreno, Council Moreno. Any further discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
President Mercer,
Yes.
Rujo,
Yes.
Council Gregor,
Yes.
Council Moran,
Yes.
Council Moreno,
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yeah.
Council Sokoviak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain,
Yes.
8-0.
Yes, Council.
Mr. President, I would like to make a motion to amend the agenda to introduce, a letter that needs to be referred.
The moved by Council Kubiak, second by Council Wildenhain, that we amend the agenda for the purpose of filing and amending it to refer, filing of communication referring it to the property. All in favor of amending the agenda?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Now I'd like to move to, introduce introduce it again? Yeah, introduce the communication, from Scott Perkins from Cox Communications, to the honorable members of the City Council to refer to the property committee regarding a grant of easement at Main Street Plaza in Pawtucket.
By Council, Kubiak, second by Council Wildenhain, that we, file and refer communication from
Scott Perkins, Cox Communications.
Scott Perkins at Cox Communications regarding a request of easement of the city. Any steps on file and communication and referring, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Number 3, communication from Mark Goodrow, CD Programmer Manager, to the honorable members of the Pawtucket City Council supporting materials for 2026-2027 annual action plan for use of funding for the CDGB home and ESG programs. I want to file the communication.
Regarding activity application, form application, public service application.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so moved by Council, Wildenhain, seconded by Council Rubio, and recommendation by Goodrow, ED Program Manager. The honorable members of the Pawtucket City Council supporting regarding supporting materials for 2026-27 annual action plan for use of funding on the CDBG home and ESG program regarding activity application, home application, public service. Any discussion on filing communication? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carried.
Number 4, resolution authorizing the filing of an application for funds under the 2026-2027 Community Development Block Grant Program. I call for approval on a roll call vote.
Second by Council Rubio, second by Council Rubio, was that you?
Yes.
That resolution authorizing the filing of an application for funds under the 2026-2027 block grant program. Be approved on a roll call vote. Was there any discussion?
I just like to ask, Mr. Goodrow one question.
Since he stated.
I was gonna say.
That's exactly why I'm asking him one question.
I feel bad. I feel bad for the.
Exactly why I'm asking him one question. What's the amount of grant money that you're putting in for?
We are putting in for $1,751,023 at CDBG.
All right, that was the question I had.
Anyone else?
It's not bad, right?
That whole time, that's all you got.
That's okay. Yeah, here to serve. Counselor. Counselor Greg, you have the question.
No, just quickly, I saw that, acts of kindness was not included, but there's about services.
Yes, sir. So Hearts of Kindness, is an organization. In fact, this was a very difficult, year in terms of determining the allocations, as we had many first-time applicants, and that's not a problem. That's a good thing in many ways, but, Hearts of Kindness was offering, domestic violence, sheltering services, and we fund several organizations that handle, such services. With such a small amount of money going, involved, we have to make those determinations sometimes. Very necessary service, and the service agencies that we're currently working with
provide exceptional services.
Yeah, because I know they do, like Christmas thing, when they give gifts, that, volunteer. You should,
Right, their application specifically was for support of
what
domestic
specifically?
violence victims, yeah, victims.
thank you.
If you'll entertain it, the information package that we provide beforehand, is that sufficient for your needs? Do you like to see all the separate applications, you know, in terms of? Yes, sir.
No, I would.
Okay, well, they are made available through clerk base ahead of time in terms of every application. I guess the part of my asking is selfish because it's a heck of a lot of work to pull all those scans together and put them in there, and I would hate to think that people aren't looking at them.
Where would they be in clerk base?
So you can access it.
Once they're on a docket, right?
Yeah,
Under the docket?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
When they're on a docket.
Attached to the doc.
Right.
Yeah, I've read
All
that.
right, number three.
Yes,
All right.
that is helpful.
It is helpful.
Yeah,
Okay,
it really is.
excellent.
Less is too much.
Less is more.
And they will remain there, right? So.
Oh, yeah. No, I just want to provide information that's of value to you.
Yeah.
The biggest, these more money that you get, so,
Thank you very much.
thank you.
Have a great evening. Thank you, counselors.
Enjoy the rest of what's left of yours.
Appreciate you hanging out.
That's the better scanner.
That's fine.
So we didn't get to vote yet.
We'll borrow from the
It's
school
turned.
bus.
Item 5.
I don't think you voted on four.
Sorry for it.
No, we're discussing. We didn't
Let's
vote.
call the roll.
Jumping the gun.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Moreno. Council Rubio.
Yeah.
Council Kubiak. Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Number 5, an ordinance and amendment of chapter 210 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, 1996, entitled Fire Prevention Code, Outdoor Burning and Cooking, substitute A for second passage, motion to approve on a roll call vote.
Moved by Councilman Moran, second by Councilman Moreno. Move to give it to Council Gregor. Move to give it to an ordinance amendment of chapter 10 of the Code of Ordinances of the City of Pawtucket, entitled Fire Prevention Code of Outdoor Burning and Cooking, substitute A, second passage on a roll call vote. Any discussion?
No.
You missed the vote last, you missed the vote 2 weeks ago.
I was there for the first vote, so I do appreciate everybody's, jumping on it and, for. I think for being receptive and amending, the ordinance that, people can enjoy outside.
You don't forget the chair was receptive.
Oh, by the way.
Oh, my Lord.
Only kid.
So thank you.
Second passage for full.
President Mercer.
Yeah.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
And thank you for your input as well, though. Seriously, Council Gregor, thank you. Yes.
Council Moreno.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Item number 6, the Committee on Claims and Pending Suits, which terms the following claims for damages against the city. I'm going to take the vehicle claims. Recommendation is to deny Mary Dargan for the amount of $300 for a pothole, and Melissa Miller for the amount of $456.90 for a tire. I move to deny. I will
Good.
And refer.
They were referred,
I'll refer there.
so one was referred to a construction firm. Miss Miller was referred to the construction company,
Yeah, Manfort.
Manford, and John Don was referred to an. Yes. We got it.
Thank you. So where is it?
You want more of that?
Yes.
Okay, so then moved by Chair Rubio, second by Councilman Ruzo and Council Moreno, that we deny a pothole claim in the amount of $300 from Mary Darden and refer it to an energy. We deny claim from Melissa Miller in the amount of
That was 400.
Amount of $456.90. Denied and referred to Manfort Construction. Any discussion on the denial and the separate referrals? Clerk, call the roll. Yes, it's denied.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Codere. I'm sorry, Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Moreno. Council Rubio.
Yeah.
Council Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
The following claims are recommended for approval. Gail Elliott for the amount of $400 for property damage, and Gregory W. Smith for the amount of $1,016 for property damage. I move to approve by a roll call vote.
Second. What was the first one?
Gail Elliott for the amount of $400.
And Gregory Smith for the amount listed.
Yep.
It's been moved by Councilor, Chair Rubio and second by Councilor, Moreno and Arujo, that we approve a claim to Gail Elliott, property damage in the amount of $400, and a property damage claim for Gregory W. Smith in the amount of $1,016. Any discussion on the motion to approve both of those at those amounts? Clerk, call the roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo.
Yes.
Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Moreno.
Yes.
Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
8-0.
Mr. President, I'm gonna recuse myself from the Jody Norberg property damage as she is, my sister, so I'm out.
That's denied then.
I got good siblings.
We'll do it.
They had it, we all.
We'll have to do an inquiry on that one.
Toughest one. All right, Gail Elliott, I'm sorry, Jody Norberg for the amount of $175 for property damage. I move to approve on a roll call vote.
I moved by the property claims chair, seconded by Council Moreno, that approval given to the claim for property damage by Jody Norberg in the amount of $175. Any discussion? All, sorry, clerk, call roll.
President Mercer.
Yes.
Council Ruzo. Oh, sorry, he's gone. Council Gregor.
Yes.
Council Moran.
Yes.
Council Moreno. Council Rubio.
Yes.
Council Kubiak.
Yes.
Council Wildenhain.
Yes.
7-0.
No further business.
Moved by Council Lujo, seconded by everyone that we adjourned.